Returned to the airport there after a problem with a right-hand engine. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-497-0593. That's 800-497-0593.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A California study shows vaping CBD products, now widely available in many states, could be doing more harm than good. KCBS radio reporter Kathy Whitman has more from San Francisco.
CBD, a byproduct of the marijuana plant, is believed to have medicinal benefits to relieve effects of chemotherapy, treat epilepsy, and manage pain. But the dangers could outweigh the benefits when CBD is vaped. That's the conclusion of a study done at UC Merced. The study was done with CBD, but other vaping products could also pose dangers, and they plan to study those as well.
Austin Hayes' single, with the bases loaded in the 10th inning, gave the Cincinnati Reds a 3-2 victory over Milwaukee Sunday, ending the Brewers' franchise record winning streak at 14 games. Milwaukee had barely pulled out of the previous 2 games in Cincinnati for its longest streak ever in one season, and the longest in the majors since the St. Louis Cardinals won 17 straight back in September of 2021. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Workers on the move, hoping for better pay. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. A new Bankrate survey finds nearly half of those in the workforce plan to look for a new job in the next 12 months. That includes 1 in 4 who say they're very likely to look for a new position. This comes at a time when the job market has demonstrated resilience, but it has also continued to cool. Even with the unemployment rate recently slipping to 4.1%, that's considered strong, historically speaking. Others plan to do other things to try to improve their workplace plight. 44% of workers say they plan to ask for a raise over the next year. That includes a majority of the youngest people in the workforce, members of Generation Z and millennials. Many workers indicate they're prepared to be mobile, with 18% saying they're likely to relocate for a new job. About 1 in 3 say they're likely to ask for more work flexibility, such as different hours or the ability to work remote or from home. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. The American Psychological Association released a health advisory about the impact of artificial intelligence on adolescent well-being, and found that the impacts are complex and context-dependent, neither wholly good nor bad. For learning, it said, AI can assist in brainstorming, creating, organizing, summarizing, and synthesizing information. But it also found that adolescents may struggle to distinguish between the simulated empathy of an AI chatbot and genuine human understanding. Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher suggests that parents model their own positive use of AI.
The more we show them how we're using it and how we're thinking about our interactions can encourage their healthy development and use with AI over time.
More at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Begin. We are Guam. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 2:06 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the bright side with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack is open at their Timoning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Loxin. Engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift. Built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now it's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 2 in Hamatag. This is in front of the Seti Bay Overlook. This is if you are heading southbound. Heavy traffic on Route 1. If you're coming from the intersection that leads to Route 30 into Munning, heading southbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning if you are heading north or southbound to the intersection that leads to Route 10A. Slow traffic on Route 10A into Munning if you are heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Pavement striping and marking activities will continue along Route 1 from Route 8 to Lupang Beach Tower. From today, Monday, August 18 to Friday, August 22nd, work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Intermittent lane closures in both directions are expected during work hours. Motorists are advised to plan accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Welcome to another Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Lunes, it's Monday, August 18, 2:11 in the afternoon. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Talk of Guam. Our number is 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. Right now, the legislature is in session, right? They are introducing amendments to assist the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority, right? And I was just in the middle of Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani playing like an audio file talking about how the governor, this looks like a campaign. It looks like a campaign, like a debate about appropriating about $30 million to the current hospital. I think that's what's playing.
What about who is the governor right now?
Yeah, it's a soundbite.
First,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
the funding that
Point of order,
GMH
Mr. Chair.
needs. They need the $30 million. Give them the $30 million.
What's going on right now?
And then Senator Therese July is asking what's going on? What's going on right now? You're playing something on the YouTube, and that's pretty much what I got. So, things have gotten heated, right? All week last week, there have been a number of sound bites that have been circulating. I was seeing it in real time. Saturday, what looked like a removal or an attempt to remove Senator Therese Talai. And then on Sunday, things kind of calmed down. Like, I would say cooler heads prevailed, I think, on both sides. And there's been like this mutual respect that I saw even this morning too. But we'll see if this got people's attention again. We'll see where it's at. But that's like 5 minutes ago, I saw that. Right when we were starting the show, I saw that. And so I'm definitely going to look into it further because this is some new stuff that's happening right now, right? But just following the budget hearing and seeing, well, how is this even going to unfold? How is it unfolding? It's unfolding as though, and Lester Carlson confirmed it. He was on with Patty this morning that he said that this bill is dead on arrival to the governor, and everybody knows it, or everybody should know it. Senator Chris Duenas was on after, and he had said, back in the day, I think he said like in 2014, there were 7 iterations of a budget proposal or a budget that was passed. But they had to keep going back and forth and passing a bill that finally a governor would approve. And it was a difference of $3 million. Here we are, a difference of, I would say, $80 million. So there's a huge difference between then and now. And philosophically, right, that's what Lester Carlson was saying, that this is a difference of that rolling back of the BPT. And it's coming up again with GMH. Senator Chris Barnett was just saying it's rearing its ugly head, and it's going to rear its ugly head throughout this budget hearing. GDOE needs $40 million. And it was interesting, too, because Senator Shelley Calvo, when she's talking about capital improvements and what is it that you're going to need and to move forward with all of these improvements within GDOE, these projects. And they're like, well, $40 million. And she says, where are we going to get $40 million? The rollback of the BPT from 5 to 4.5, that's $40 million right there. But it's a difference in opinions again, right? On how to budget moving forward. The Republicans, the majority, 8, right? 9, but maybe 8. There's 9 Republicans. I think we know who the 9th Republican is. But they could pass it with a majority of 8. Then the governor would look at it. And so Senator Chris Duenas says, if she's just going to already, as soon as it hits her table, her desk, she'll veto it. We'll come right back in and we'll put something together and send it over. And then, again, with just talking to some people that are at the legislature, and I have been asked not to say their names, and I will respect it, but I'm just trying to understand how this all can unfold for the rest of us, right, that are watching this happen. So it was. Senator Chris Duenas confirmed it too when he was with Patty this morning. So it's not like the people that I have been talking to are not. They're saying the same thing. That what will happen is if they by September 30, there is no agreement on this budget, they will implement the current budget, fiscal year 2025. So every agency will just get the same thing they have in fiscal year 2025. Is that good or bad? It depends on your philosophy. It's bad for those that want the rollback of the BPT. It might be that might be the better scenario anyways for those that don't want the rollback of the BPT to move forward with the status quo budget. So we'll see. Because again, I firmly believe that it was a strategy for them to use basically a iteration of Bill 11. It's not quite the rollback of 1%. It's 0.5, but put it in this budget bill because it's not veto proof. You had its public hearing, right? You add it onto the session to vote in a regular legislative session. They vote on it 8-7. The governor vetoes it, and they try for an override. Now they'll need 10. And more than likely, the governor will veto it if it's a standalone bill, and it'd be difficult to get 10. And so it doesn't happen. But through this, there's still a very good chance that it does happen this way, attached to, inserted in to the budget bill. And I remember this kind of similar to last year, 2 years ago. No, it was last budget, fiscal year 2025. There was a rider bill on that too. It was in miscellaneous though, and the governor did not line item veto that one. But basically it was to allow a non-commercial lease to one specific organization to run the Raceway Park in Jigo, right? That was put in a budget bill that the CLTC is mandated to begin talks with this association. Where are we with that one? The Raceway Park ain't open. Nobody's running it. So there have been delays there too. So we'll see where we go. But we'll get into it a little bit. I have some audio files from this morning with, let me see here. Sabrina Salas Matanani asking questions about, basically not even asking questions, just giving GMHA leadership the opportunity to talk about how they feel like the current hospital is being neglected while the administration, Governor Lulian Guerrero's administration is focused on a new facility. We'll play that one in a little bit, but even before we get to that, there was a bill signing. And we'll play audio files at the bottom of this hour from the bill signing of Bill 97-38. Acting Governor Josh Sonorio signed Bill 97-38 into law, creating an independent public defender agency to strengthen legal representation for indigent defendants. The new law ensures fair funding, sets caseload standards, and provides attorneys with the resources needed to properly defend their clients, protecting constitutional rights and access to justice. So we'll play those audio files on the other side of the local the other side of the bottom of the hour. But Herman's on the line right now. Herman, Hafa Adai, you're on the air.
For that, Pauly, I just want to say very fast.
Yeah.
You're making a very lot of sense here. There's a lot of law these people put on the books, but no action. Look at the cannabis. Look at the firework. They got rid of the law before the law even took effect, before they put all those things together. These legislators, they're supposed to be putting laws that's going to make things better for our people. They're wasting time making all these laws that they have no intention of making happen. So, I got to say, you hit that right in the head. And I think these people need to, maybe we need another legislature just to enforce the law. Not just make the law, but enforce the law.
I think we're going to get you have an opportunity to get a whole new legislature, right? In a year and a half, can vote new people in.
It's crazy because, like I said, there's some people that they make the law, then no more. Now the law is gone. Especially the one that has to do with, like I said, the cannabis people are waiting for that, man.
It's people bureaucracy. It's government. It's government bureaucracy, right? It's the slow moving when it comes to creating the rules and regulations. They'll create the law and they'll pass it and they'll sign on it, and then they'll do like this whole ceremony or a press conference on it and say, yeah, we're doing something. But then the rules and the regulations take so long that by the time they have some kind of rule or regulation, another legislature has come in and basically has changed the law. So
yeah, I wonder
it's
if
frustrating.
That's the way they like it. Do they like it like that? Because Pauly, I came from Saipan 2 years ago. I went over there to Saipan to visit people, and they're very fast there. They make the law effective one day, it's working the next day.
Yeah.
But here, how come we're supposed to be advanced and it's already 3-4 years already? We're waiting on something.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Pauly.
Okay, Herman. Joss. Good points there. Yeah. I mean, whether we agreed or not with the consumer grade fireworks, right? It passed, and then we're waiting on the study from the Guam Fire Department. We're waiting on the regulations on how people can even legally sell them. And a whole nother legislature, the 38th Guam legislature, repealed it. Senator Tello and Senator Sabina Perez with a number of the same players. I mean, except for Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas, he's not there now, but there's a lot of the same players from the 37th and now the 38th that voted to repeal it. Wait a minute, they're the same. Some of the same senators today voted for that. And we're even, patting Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas on the back when it did pass. And then some of those same senators voted to repeal it. So yeah, he makes some really good sense there. 2:25 in the afternoon. Let me see here. There's an amendment that I was tracking to, and I think this is where it got interrupted. I guess they're playing a soundbite. It actually looked like a video of Governor Lou Leon Guerrero years ago, which looked like it was like a debate to run for governor. And basically, I think they were trying to show that even the governor at a time was saying that $30 million back in 2022 should go to the current hospital. So there's an amendment that I saw about 15 minutes ago, introduced by Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, that would take $35 million of the 2022 excess revenue, which was designated for the bond repayment to a new hospital, but because they haven't gone to the market yet, she wants to use this $35 million for IT infrastructure improvements at GMHA. And so they're looking at they're reappropriating monies that were already in law for something for other things, right? Because they have to. Again, GDOE is saying we need $40 million increased into our budget, right? What you have provided us is not good enough. We need $40 million more. GMH is saying $60 million more. And Dr. Eusebio says we need to focus on caring for the current patient. If we don't, we will fail miserably. And that's kind of where I want to go on. Probably in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll start playing some of those audio files, right? And then whatever else I can capture right now, because they're back in session. The issue, though, is it's hard because what happens on their YouTube, right, is once it goes down, or sometimes it just goes down abruptly, and then you can't find it. And so they've been having some issues technically with their YouTube feed. And what happens is if it goes down multiple times, like 3 or 4 times within one session, it'll go down completely. They'll stitch it up, and then they'll put it back up hours later. Like, for instance, this morning, there's a part 1 and there's a part 2.
Yeah, Laura just messaged on WhatsApp. She said, "Oh, the live stream went away."
See, it went down again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what has been happening for the last 2 weeks throughout this budget hearing, which is pretty frustrating because you have to wait 4, 6, 8 hours, maybe even the next day to go and watch. And then for those that have cable TV, you can watch it and it'll never go down. But, you know, I've been trying to save money here and there. I've cut cable TV a long time ago. So I'm really relying on that YouTube, and definitely relying on the YouTube to get the timestamps to play some of those files, right? And so I'll save the link, and then the link will be broken. But eventually it does go up, which is, you know, that's the brighter side of things. That's the silver lining. It will go up. It'll take a couple hours. All right, so 2:28 in the afternoon, and so like Laura said, if it went down, then I'm not going to be able to even play it. But we will play some of the others that have come back up. But we will start on the other side of these with the bill signing ceremony at Adelup on Bill 97-38. Acting Governor Josh Tenorio signed it into law. It creates the Independent Public Defender Agency. And so we'll play some of that right after these. It's the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, and it's Monday, so Biba Lunes.
CBS News Brief. 6 people are hurt after a driverless car drifted into a crowd in Pittsburgh this evening. CBS News Pittsburgh reporter Erica Stanish has more.
5 women and 1 man were hit. 5 people went to the hospital, 3 in serious condition. The owner of the car stayed on scene.
He told police he thought he placed the vehicle in park before exiting. With striking Air Canada flight attendants ignoring government workers to go back to work, the planes remain grounded and the passengers remain stranded.
We were supposed to be coming from Vancouver to Toronto for the weekend and then coming back home to Vancouver. But of course, we've been stranded and left here in Toronto.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is in Washington tonight ahead of tomorrow's meeting with President Trump. He stopped off in Brussels on his way and had a message for European and NATO leaders who will join him in the meeting.
It's very important that you are with us and that we speak to America and we speak together.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
one pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM, and Power 98.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Craving bold flavors and unbeatable value? Introducing Chili's Double Down Feast. Choose from chef-crafted protein pairings like zesty margarita chicken with ancho salmon, or go premium with the classic sirloin and half rack of ribs. All served with loaded mashed potatoes, starting at just $24.99. It's a feast made to satisfy. With more pairings to try, one visit won't be enough. Only at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guam. It's The Guam Guy, and my podcast is now playing on Wave 105. Catch me every third Friday right after Patty at 10 a.m. for all things environment and adventure on The Guam Guy Show.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-the-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Now's that time for your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 1 if you are heading southbound in Hagåtña to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Heavy traffic on Route 1 into Muning if you are heading north or southbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Father Dueñas from August 18 to 23. There will be lane closures between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the bright side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Taseo, Giganteo, be my cradle, be my womb. Kasego, Mambes na po, be the stillness of the moon.
Welcome back. The Brightside right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. Back in the in the chair here in the afternoon. 671-922-1051, or we're online, thewave105.com, and our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Biba Lunes. So earlier today, there was a bill signing ceremony at Adelup, Bill 97-38. This is Senator Tello Taitagui's bill. She was there at the bill signing, right? She calls this law a milestone in Guam's commitment to justice. She says this strengthens the public defender's office, ensuring the indigent defendants get timely and effective legal representation. She emphasizes this protects the constitutional rights to counsel and the fairness of Guam's justice system. And she thanks the acting governor who's there. We'll play an audio file from him, Chief Justice Torres, the public defender Steve Hattori. And then stresses that this law turns the principle of equal justice under the law into reality. So here is, do you have it, Issa?
Yes, I have it. This is with Chris Barnett?
No. We're going to play, sorry, I know I'm all over the place. So we're going to play the second one that says bill signing ceremony, Bill 97-38.
Okay, let me get that.
You'll click on that one, and it's the timestamp for Taitagui.
Okay.
Is at 3 minutes, at the 3 minute mark. It's about a minute and a half of her talking about what the bill aims to do. Well, now it's law, right? Well, it is now, but at the time when she was talking about it, they were about to sign it, the acting governor.
Okay, I have it ready.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Here's, once again, Senator Tello Taitagui, the author of the bill.
Today really marks a milestone in our island's commitment to justice. And with the signing of Bill 97-38 into law, this measure strengthens the Public Defender Service Corporation and reaffirms our promise that justice must be accessible to all, not only to those who can afford it. By providing greater support and resources to the Public Defender's Office, the law ensures that indigent defendants will receive timely and effective representation while also helping to ease the heavy caseloads carried by our dedicated attorneys. This is about upholding constitutional right to counsel and preserving the fairness and credibility to the Guam justice system. Acting Governor, Chief Justice, and Public Defender, Steve Hattori, thank you for your partnership in making this bill possible. With the signing of Bill 97-38, we take a step forward to protecting the rights of our most vulnerable, strengthening our institution and ensuring that equal justice under the law is not just a principle, but it's a reality on this beautiful island of Guam.
All right, and so now this is Chief Justice Robert Torres framing the event as an example of why government matters. And so he said Bill 97-38 creates a new independent board for the PDSC, shifting oversight away from the judiciary. He actually jokes that this law, takes him out of a job. And so but he understands the importance of doing so, right? He says it legislates himself out of a job. But it is the price of progress. And he warns that indigent defense should not be funded by fines and fees, calling for a stable and independent funding model. And he says that democracy is measured not by how it serves the powerful, but by how it protects the most vulnerable. And so here's Chief Justice Robert Torres.
There are moments in public life that remind us why government matters, and today is one of them. Today, we're reaffirming our commitment to strengthening the right to indigent defense. This year was the 50th anniversary of the Public Defender Service Corporation, and for half a century, its attorneys and staff have stood beside the people of Guam at some of the hardest moments of their lives. They've given meaning to the promise that justice belongs to all, not just those who can afford it. And the judiciary has long served in that responsibility, administering the private attorney panel to make sure that no one faced the courts without a vote. But Bill 97 recognizes that justice is strongest, when the defense function stands on its own, independent, yet accountable, but free from the influence of any one branch of government. And with this act comes the creation of a new board and the passing on the role of a chair, which tomorrow will be my last official day as the chair. You don't normally advocate to legislate you out of a job, but I did for sure. And that's the price of progress, and we'll take it. I do want to, at this time, announce the appointments that I will make to the new board to take effect on Wednesday. Dr. Artemio Ricky Hernandez, who's very well versed in financial affairs. Ricky? He will be one of my appointees, and I couldn't be prouder of the moment and him agreeing to take on that responsibility. In addition, I am going to reappoint and appoint Dr. Christiana Whitman, who will also join the board and has agreed to do so. She's not able to be with us today because mental health had an event, but you can tell I'm giving you good hands, 2 doctors, both joining your board. And I'm confident that they're going to serve with distinction and help strengthen the foundation that we're building. I also want to thank Senator Taitegui and Senator Blas, the Speaker Blas, and their colleagues. This bill passed unanimously for advancing the reform efforts that we undertook. And we want to thank the acting governor for signing this into law today. And to all of you who lent your voices to moving Guam's indigent defense system closer to our national best practices. Of course, our work is not finished. In some respects, it's just beginning. The right to counsel can't be funded by fines and fees, and it should never rest on a court-controlled account. The Sixth Amendment Center has made clear that this system is neither stable nor independent, and we must work towards a functioning model that treats this right to indigent defense as what it is, a core function. But today, we celebrate progress. We celebrate a stronger foundation for justice on our island, and we commit ourselves to seeing it through. Because what defines our democracy is not how it serves the powerful, but how it protects those with the least. Sidus Masi.
All right, and so Steve Hattori did speak as well, the director of the Public Defender's Office, right? And he briefly shared. He wasn't ready to he didn't really prepare anything because he wasn't expecting to speak, but there were some technical difficulties. So he briefly shared how this is the promise that the Public Defender's Office will work their butts off to make sure their clients are well represented. So he talks about this Sixth Amendment Center. And I'll be honest, I don't know anything about the Sixth Amendment Center. So I looked it up, right? Because the executive director of the Sixth Amendment Center, she was there in Zoom, Aditi Goel. And so the Sixth Amendment Center is a national nonpartisan nonprofit organization dedicated to ensuring that no person faces potential jail time without the aid of a qualified lawyer. It assists federal, state, and local policymakers in meeting their constitutional obligation to provide effective indigent defense services. The organization focuses on addressing the root causes of the indigent defense crisis, advocating for fair legal representation for all individuals. And so Goel also mentions that this is a big milestone for Guam's constitutional right to counsel. And she credits the island leaders for swift, constructive, and collaborative action. She praises all 3 branches of government for committing to strong and independent public defense system, to a strong and independent public defense system. And she stresses that justice cannot be fair without an adequately resourced public defense. So once again, this is the executive director of the Sixth Amendment Center via Zoom, Aditi Goel.
It's a big milestone for public defense services and the constitutional right to counsel. It truly is an honor to be here. We at the Sixth Amendment Center really congratulate you, the government of Guam, the governor, the acting governor, the chief justice, the legislature, everybody, the public defenders, for your leadership and for your commitment to meet the Sixth Amendment constitutional mandate of ensuring that every person on Guam receives an effective attorney, and that is an attorney who has the time, the ability, and the resources to provide an effective defense. This strong leadership is why the Public Defender Service Corporation first took the courageous step to begin with to examine whether it was providing constitutionally effective services. Your strong leadership is why the government acted swiftly, constructively, and collaboratively to problem solve this issue. And your strong leadership is why you are here at this ceremonious event today. Through this legislation, leaders from all three branches of government pledge to ensure that the constitutional right to counsel is provided for all people on Guam, because of the recognition that there can be no fair justice system without a strong and independent public defense system. So thank you for having me here. Thank you for inviting me, and really congratulations to you. This is a big, big event, so congratulations.
All right, and then the last speaker is Acting Governor Josh Tenorio, right? So he says Bill 97-38 ensures Guam meets the U.S. Constitution and Organic Act mandate of providing effective counsel to indigent defendants. It also highlights the new powers for the Public Defender Board, setting caseload limits for in line with national standards, and ensuring pay equity between public defenders and prosecutors at the Office of the Attorney General. He says that failing to properly fund the Public Defender's Office could trigger a constitutional crisis, and he expresses his confidence that the legislature will continue to ensure equity and fairness across the justice system. Here's Acting Governor Joshua Tenorio.
It really is heartening to see all of you. I know that there are so many dedicated public servants that work in your agency, and this is a generational thing. To the Chief Justice and Justice Merriman and Presiding Judge Lamorena, who probably served the longest as your chair, if I'm not mistaken, all three of them have chaired Public Defender, and I know from the time working with them that all three of them recognize and value and guard the right to counsel as such an essential, critical right for the people of Guam. 50 years, I guess, is a long time to be staying at your parents' house, so I guess it's a good to step out. Senator Tidegui, thank you very much for co-sponsoring this and being a very active proponent of this legislation with Speaker Blas. It was my pleasure to be with you on the panel at the 50th anniversary, along with the Chief Justice, where we talked a lot about how Public Defender has evolved and continues to evolve, looking at excellence really as the measuring point for all of this. It is appropriate that shortly after celebrating the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Guam Public Defender Service Corporation, that Guam is taking the next step by creating an independent public defender agency. Bill 97-38 recognizes the need to continue to improve the manner in which legal services are provided to indigent persons accused of crimes to ensure compliance with the United States Constitution and the Organic Act's requirement of providing effective assistance of counsel. The new structure of the Public Defender Defender System allows the agency to develop the standards necessary to allow the attorneys of the public defender offices to have the time and resources necessary to properly represent their clients. Effective representation means more than simply having a licensed attorney sitting with you during court proceedings. It requires providing the attorneys the time to properly prepare and access the resources needed to prepare their cases. This will be done by allowing the board of directors of the Public Defender Corporation to set limits on caseloads for attorneys to comply with national recommendations. It is also important that in the bill, the legislature recognizes that attorneys with the Public Defender's Office should be funded at a comparable level as the Office of the Attorney General. This will allow the public defender system to continue to recruit and retain the best attorneys available and have access to the tools necessary to protect the rights of indigent people accused of crimes. Failure to properly fund the Public Defender Service Corporation will result in an unnecessary constitutional crisis, and I am confident that the legislature will work towards the goal of making sure that there is equity and fairness in the levels of funding provided to all members and all partners within the criminal justice system.
All right, and then a little bit after, they did a photo op, and Acting Governor Josh Tenorio signed the bill into law. Attorney Pete is on the line, right? Attorney Pete, Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai, Pauly.
How's your weekend?
Busy, man.
Busy, yeah.
Busy, super busy. Too many events.
Yeah, it's going to get busier, even busier as we get into September and October, and then you got to throw in all of the Christmas parties too.
Well, there's a lot of fundraisers going on.
Yes.
Just for all kinds of different reasons, whether it's medical, 50th class reunion, so on and so forth. And I don't mind going to that. It's a bargain, $10 ticket, and you get all that good food.
Yeah.
And a free beer.
There you go. Do you want to talk about the signing of Bill 97?
Yeah. Did I ever tell you that Tello Tadigui is my favorite senator?
There you go. You did today.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time coming. Just like the public defender, I'm 50 years old as well. But it's been good. So under the old way, but there's always room for improvement, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And there's definitely a sense of beholdenness to the court when they're your boss.
Right.
And so now we can independently decide, and fund our experts and our investigators and all that. We don't have to go and beg for permission anymore.
Right. Because it's going to...
So that's the significance of that.
Can you explain it? Allowing the board of directors of the Public Defender Corporation to set limits on caseloads for attorneys to comply with national recommendations. Can you give us more details on what that actually means?
Yeah, it just means that, like me, I have like close to 300 cases, right? And it's been known for best practices that you really don't want to have that many that much of a caseload, because you're not effective anymore if you're just treading water.
Sure.
Right? It's the same concept of having a smaller class size for teachers.
Right.
So that's what that means. But yeah, if we follow the national standards, then everything would be much better. The thing is, I am in the thick of it, and I see how things are going, and because of the great leadership of Stephen Atori and Annie Gale, we actually have it really good. But like I said, there's always room for improvement. There's always things that can be better, and that's definitely two of the main points. Us having autonomy on spending money on experts and investigations, and not having to run down to the court and beg for permission every time we want to use money on things like that. And then, or actually not even just to use money, but we have to get it from them, because we didn't have it in the first place. They're the ones that have to dish it out. And then the other thing is, of course, making sure that our attorneys are well trained, well resourced, and not overburdened.
Right.
So those are the kind of best practices across the board. That's the same kind of best practices that the AG's office needs to do as well. But you can't control it when nobody wants to work over there. So the problem that the public defender is going to have is when I'm the Attorney General, Pauly, everybody's going to want to work over at the AG's office. They're going to all leave the public defender and come work for me.
How's that going? You already doing fundraising?
No, actually the AGs, the last couple of races,
Yeah.
The AGs don't really do fundraising.
You don't need to as much, right?
Well, it's a nonpartisan.
Sure.
It's supposed to be non-political, and the danger of taking donations is that you don't want to be beholden to anybody. I didn't take I didn't solicit donations last time. There were a couple of people that just surprise on a surprise basis or just said, here, take this. This is for your campaign. Without even me asking. And I didn't hold any fundraisers. And so when it's like that, then you can probably accept it, but you don't want to go out and ask for money and then you're beholden to somebody,
Because I've already seen attorney Tom Fisher put out some ads. They're actually pretty funny too. Like he was reading these I guess responses in some of these articles, trashing him. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
You saw that one? You saw that ad?
You got to be able to make fun of yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as the campaign is going, I don't think I'm going to have any fundraisers, and I'm not going to be asking anybody for donations.
Understood. Yeah, it's we don't know where the AG is going to campaign, where we don't know if he's decided on running for AG again or running for governor or neither. It's really it's you and Fisher.
That I heard, he said that he's not going to be there next term. So that sounds like he's got his mind made up to run for governor already.
Yeah, because the only two it's a two-man race at this point. The only two confirmations are you and Fisher.
Well, Phil Tydinko came out and announced.
Oh, see? There. 3 then.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Phil Tydinko did.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
okay.
But getting back to the public defender, it's a very historic day today, and it's a big win for Guam.
Biba. I'm glad to hear it.
All right.
Okay, Attorney Pete. Call me anytime. Call us anytime. It's great hearing from you. 2:59 in the afternoon. Steve and Liz says, what's happening? I don't know. You tell me. I'm just as lost as you are, Steve. If you want to call in, it looks like they're live again. You just got to refresh. Senator Tello Taidagui's talking.
Senator, are you saying 27th Guam legislature?
Yeah, see, they're live right now. I'm watching a stream that went up 13 minutes ago. But love to hear from you, Steve. I know you've been very critical of the rollback of the BPT, and so if you got time in the 3 o'clock hour, feel free to call us, 671-922-1051. We're going to take the break. On the other side, some audio files from previous days. I think we'll go back to last night. Senator Chris Barnett says some things that sparked my interest, and then we'll go back to this morning when Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani wanted to give the GMHA leadership the opportunity to speak on their thoughts on prioritizing the current hospital instead of what seems to be the narrative of this current administration, prioritizing the future hospital. And so it definitely got me interested when I was hearing the responses from people like the CEO, Lillian Perez-Posadas, HR Administrator Jesse Kenga, one of the medical directors, I think I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what his official title is, but it's Dr. Eusebio spoke on it as well. And so we'll start pulling those on the other side of these. Steve says it will be nice if one of the senators introduced Senator Parkinson's 3-tier BPT proposal. The only way, though, that amendment failed, Steve. So the only way that we'll see some of that again is they have to introduce it as a bill, a standalone bill. And then I haven't seen any of those. I've been refreshing the Guam legislature's website and seeing what bills have been introduced as a standalone. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen Senator Telo Taitagui's bill that would also separate military contracts from the BPT, right? And so those are things that they have to do that as a standalone bill, and I haven't seen it. Steve's also saying 3% for business making under $1 million will amend the Dave Santos Act and will help more smaller businesses. Fair enough. All right, we'll take the break. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. There were multiple injuries after a driverless vehicle drifted into a crowd in Pittsburgh East Liberty neighborhood. CBS News Pittsburgh reporter Erica Stanish is covering it.
It happened at a Black Arts Festival. Police say a man parked his car and got out, but the car wasn't in park and it slowly drifted into the crowd. 5 people went to the hospital, 3 in serious condition. The owner of the car stayed on scene and cooperated, and police say it appears to be purely accidental.
The man had told police he thought he put the car in park before getting out. Ukraine's President Zelensky is in Washington, D.C. with a high-stakes meeting with President Trump set for tomorrow. Correspondent Willie James Inman.
On Friday, we saw the president meet with President Putin of Russia. And out of that meeting, there was no ceasefire announced, which was something that the president wanted going into the meeting. But there was this shift. Essentially, President Trump saying that now the better way to go about this is a peace plan. Now, of course, the Europeans had some concerns there.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte say they will take part in the meeting at Zelensky's request. It took some cleaning up after severe storms swept through the Chicago area early Sunday morning with lightning strikes, torrential rain, and flooding knocking out power and causing damage. Alex Ramirez's car got hit by a tree.
The city was supposed to cut this tree down, but they haven't yet. And I came outside and I seen the damage that it was caused. Looks like it took out my rear windshield and it also took out the moonroof.
The National Hurricane Center says Hurricane Erin has strengthened back into a Category 4 hurricane as it heads north. Winds are now at 130 miles an hour. CBS New York's Ali Bauman tells us what's coming our way.
The effects of Hurricane Erin are expected to be felt up and down the East Coast, even if the storm remains at sea. Much of the shore from Florida to the mid-Atlantic could see a high risk of rip currents.
American Airlines Flight 2616 heading for Philadelphia returned to Boston shortly after takeoff tonight due to what was called a maintenance issue. The airliner landed safely, and American did not announce what the issue was. Having just observed his 100th day as Pope, Leo spent the end of his vacation with some of the church's most needy. CBS's Sabina Castelfranco reports from Rome.
Pope Leo XIV spent the last Sunday of his summer vacation with several dozen refugees, homeless and poor people, and the church volunteers who help them. The Pope told them that in the church, everyone is poor and precious, but all share the same dignity. He then shared a lunch with them of lasagna and roast veal at the Pope's summer lakeside estate.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. compliance. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A Pennsylvania mother is pushing for a new law to improve scooter safety after her daughter died in an accident.
12-year-old Abby Gillen was riding an electric scooter in June when she fell off and was hit by a car. Her mother, Lori Crawley, is working with state lawmakers to pass Abby's law, which would cap electric scooter speeds at 20 miles per hour, ban riders under 16, and require 16 and 17-year-olds to wear helmets.
I don't want another family having to get that phone call or having to bury their child.
Abby's uncle, Ron Crawley, says current laws haven't kept up with the growing popularity of e-scooters.
There are people that argue it. You can't take my rights away. You can't do this. You can't limit it.
The bill is expected to be introduced in Pennsylvania's state Senate next month. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Weapons scared its way to the top last weekend and stayed there, earning $25 million at the box office this weekend. Freakier Friday was moviegoers' second favorite 2 weeks in a row. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Nothing but the best. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 3:07 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Let's get spicy at Subway with the new Hot Honey Sauce. A little sweet, a little spicy, and a whole lot of delicious. Treat your taste buds to the zesty Hot Honey Pepperoni or the tender Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich, salad, wrap, or protein bowl. Hot Honey is here for a limited time only. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the bright side with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack is open at their Tamaning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Seal your roof with Sherwin-Williams Silicone Roofing, engineered for Guam's toughest weather. From blazing sun to pounding rain, protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Wise Out Animal Hospital. The Go Guam Support Local campaign is proudly sponsored by Wise Out Animal Hospital, where we treat your pets like the valued family members they are. Wise Out, the wise choice in animal care. Now it's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Let's see here. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Manning if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in East Hagåtña if you are heading southbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Heavy traffic on Route 1 into Munning if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 10A. Let's see here. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dededo if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 27. And let's see here. There's also heavy traffic on Route 16 if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Revan Tax in Barragata Heights. Let's see here. I believe, I'm not too sure if there's still lane closure out there in Barragata Heights, but I know if you're coming up to the intersection where the Guam Revan Tax is, I saw that the only lane that was open was the far right hand side. So be on the lookout for that and take any alternate routes if needed. I can read another traffic advisory for you. The DPW HMC crew will be preparing Route 4 from the Mauricio Bell Tower to Hemlani Apartments for paving between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. There will be intermittent lane closures. Paving is tentatively scheduled for the following week. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on The Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say Hafa Adai.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. You ever play Monopoly?
Yes, I actually started playing that.
It's so fun,
yesterday.
right?
Yes.
And then you're like, when you get Boardwalk and what's the other blue place? What is it, Judy? No, not go to jail.
Oh.
Nobody likes to go to jail in Monopoly. What the heck? What the helly?
What the hell, Beyonce?
What the Halliburton? No. What's up? Is it Park Place? It's Boardwalk. And then what's the other one? Anyways, it doesn't matter. Right? You know how you every time you pass go, you get $200?
Yeah.
Imagine getting $35 million. Yeah.
Oh,
Apparently, that's what's happening right now in the legislature.
Oh.
They're appropriating $35 million in Monopoly money. Ah, yeah, day. Depends, though, because Senator Chris Duenas is saying, by law, that $35 million is supposed to be there. Is there for the new hospital. But Lester Carlson had just said it's not there. And so Senator, it was just getting good. I was about to play it in real time, and then the YouTube dropped off again. And so Senator Therese Terlai is like, well, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to appropriate phantom money, fake money, Monopoly money? I'm throwing in Monopoly money because as soon as when she started saying fake money and pretend funding source, I'm like, that reminds me of Monopoly. What are we doing? And so it's an amendment that would appropriate $35 million that would have went to that's designated for the bond repayment to a new hospital, but they haven't gone to the market yet. So they're going to reappropriate this $35 million for IT infrastructure improvements over at GMHA, which they say is very important. They need this. And so nobody's disagreeing that they don't need the money. But appropriate them real money is what Senator Therese Terlai is saying. And so, like I said, we were gonna play that. It just dropped off. Are we back? Let me see. Can we go back? Okay, we're gonna play this. If There. See, told you fake money. Here. So I'm just gonna put this on there. Can you hear it? Turn this mic on.
Game of fake money for the current patients at GMH? I don't know, I'm sorry. It makes me angry. And I think everybody should be angry that we're even going to consider that. I guess I should thank OFB that it wasn't in the bill as substituted out of the committee, because they knew they couldn't do it. And that they were honest with us that there are zero funds in that account, so we should not pass this amendment and lie to the people of Guam.
Thank you, Senator. Once again, the appropriation.
Mr. Chair, I did not ask any question.
Yes. So this is real money, and we're going to find out. And the AG is also going to do a forensic investigation.
That's fine, Mr. Chair, but that's out of order.
To see if there are any inappropriate transfers. And so that is also
fine, Mr.
part
Chair.
of the,
You're debating me, Mr. Chair. You need to come to the floor, please.
I'm
Point of order.
Providing information on the amendment. Anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Parkinson, you're recognized.
I agree with testimony of retiring speakers that this should be out of order. We should not be debating amendments with no funding source if we're going to be consistent with the rules as established thus far. But if we are going to debate this, let's debate it. And let's debate it. There is a really earnest wish for there to be $35 million in this account. From me, budget chair, for this whole body, we all really wish $35 million was in there. But no amount of wishing is going to make that come true. We have heard OFB testify this morning that there is no money. But that doesn't mean that the need from GMH disappears. We still have $35 million worth of problems that need to be solved. The amendment that we are debating today shows the great need. Our need is so great. We are debating phantom money. But we don't have to debate phantom money. We can debate real money today. This problem we're running into right now shows the folly of repealing the BBT the way we have. You want to fill this gap? There it is. We just need to take back this generous tax break that we are insisting upon giving for the top 1%.
All right, so I can't ignore it. As we're doing this show, I'm during the break, I'm listening to this. I'm like, oh my goodness, we could just cancel this show right now and pay attention to what's going on over there, because there's some real concern there. Phantom money, right? Fake money, fake appropriation. Why did we get ourselves into this mess? And investigating, we're going to get the AG to check. Let's investigate ourselves if we're the legislature, right? So imagine the legislature is going to investigate themselves. AG, look at us. We appropriated this money. Where's the money? And then obviously, where did it go? And what did we spend it on? But do we even have this money to give GMHA? So that's the dilemma. And that's the worry. Are we playing with monopoly money because we don't have real money to give to GMH? That's pretty concerning. So let's do this, right? Because I did save some other audio files. Let me just walk you through this, because I thought I was pretty organized, and then now I just sent you a whole bunch I just sent you a whole bunch of links. And they're not as organized as I thought they were. Okay, so the first one I'm going to ask you to play is, you see where it says Barnett, 5648?
Yes, I got that ready.
Okay, that's the one we're going to play, and it's basically him saying again, like, I feel like he gives an illustration of, you have these older kids, right? And they got older, and now there's a new baby. And all the attention is on the new baby. Yet you still got these kids that still need to be fed. It kind of gives that illustration. The new baby is the new hospital. And so he basically makes a statement, and then Dr. Eusebio responds.
And that I feel for the Guam Memorial Hospital. In the 3 years that I've been in here, it's been the legislature that you come to with your hat in your hand asking for additional funds to basically keep your head above water. And I just have to express on the record my disappointment in what I believe is a lack of meaningful support from the administration. It is what it is, and what I see maybe is, when you get a new baby in the family and you have maybe the older kids aren't getting as much attention as they are used to, right? And so that's what I kind of think is going on with this new hospital, is that the administration has, in my opinion, turned almost 99% of its focus towards the securing and the construction of the new hospital. And the cost of that, I think, has been the conditions that we see at GMH. And I feel for you in being in this very difficult position where you come before the senators, and we all know they took the ARP. We all know that there's just been a lot of sins against the people's health care, is how I would put it. And so that's always kind of been the challenge, is to get the honest answers and the impartiality. We spent, it was like a couple hours in there trying to just get you to say that, yeah, they took the money, you know what I mean? So that for me is just, is very frustrating, and I'm hopeful that you get a meaningful budget out of this, because I did receive your circular from a bunch of employees up at the hospital, and this circular impacted an already struggling morale with the employees. And you read it off in your open, Lillian, but I'm just going to reiterate that the legislature, with this budget as introduced, is considering a proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year that will reduce funding for the Guam Memorial Hospital by nearly 15%. And based on our current operating needs, this reduction can result in that shortfall that you referenced of $28 million, affecting essential resources, services, staffing levels, and our ability to provide patient care. The circular further reads, if the proposed budget is passed without changes, we may face reduced resources for patient care, delays in repairing our facility, and delays in replacing vital equipment for clinical and IT functions, and limits on critical programs and potentially outsourcing services. And so, just being in constant communication with a lot of the nurses over there, they do express just their frustrations with kind of like the day-to-day operations, and then, receiving this circular and seeing once again that there could be a potential shortfall that is going to impact services which are already suffering, right? And so that's kind of my thought, is if you're 6 feet underwater and this budget, I'm just hoping that we can get you not just above water, but to a place where the people of Guam deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Sidos Masi.
All right, and so the next person you're going to hear is Dr. Eusebio, right? And so he agrees. He says too much attention is on future plans, while current urgent needs are overlooked at the current GMH. Patients who come into the ER are suffering today and need care now, not years from now. GMH needs funding immediately to take care of the people, not promises of a future facility. And so we'll play another audio file after this one, him basically reiterating, but even emphasizing further on why it's important to adequately fund the current hospital, because if you don't fix the current problems at this hospital, those problems are just going to go right over to the new hospital, and we're just going to be faced with those same challenges just in a new space. But for how long? It'll get neglected just as fast. So here's Dr. Eusebio.
Let me say something. I think that the concept of the new hospital has been a detriment for us in GMH because the concentration has been, this is what we're going to do in the future and blah, 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 and don't worry, it's going to happen later. But the problem is that when the person that comes into the emergency room comes in pain and in suffering and needs to be taken care of today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. We need the money today in order to take care of that patient. And I think the environment or the climate is such that people tend to forget that that's what we need to do. We need to still concentrate on today, and we need to put GMH today as priority, and all that other stuff about the new hospital is secondary. Yes, it's nice. Yes, we need it. But the important thing is we need to be able to take care of the patient today. If we can't take care of the patient today, we're in trouble. We really are. And that's the only people that are going to suffer are the people of Guam, and we don't want that to happen.
Doc, thank you so much for your candor in that, and I also agree wholeheartedly. And I mean, imagine what kind of GMH we would have if all that ARP money that they're putting in that sinkhole over there, Manila, went to you, like you said, today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and the next one is this is earlier this morning. So it's the last link that I sent you, and then the timestamp is Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. So she asks the administrator and a number of those that are in leadership roles at GMHA about the hospital falling apart. That it's usually the current hospital falling apart is usually being pushed to the side while we focus on a new hospital. And so she says every time in the headlines, really all we hear about is this new hospital, money going to the new hospital. And very rarely and seldom do you hear, this is what we're going to do for the current hospital. And she says it's falling apart. So here's Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani's statement, and then the responses from people like the administrator, Lillian Perez-Posadas, Dr. Eusebio, Jesse Kenga, who is an HR administrator over there, and then I'll play one more after that. But the people that you're going to be hearing again is Senator Mantanani, Administrator Posadas, Dr. Eusebio, and Kenga.
I'm just going to ask one final question and really just give you the opportunity to just speak your mind. Every time in the headlines, really all we hear about is the new hospital, money going to the new hospital, and very rarely and seldom do you hear, this is what we're going to do for the current hospital because it is falling apart. So really, Lillian, I'll start with you. What is your reaction when you hear that? When it doesn't seem like there's enough attention being placed or even the hospital being prioritized?
We are paying attention to keep the hospital operational because we realize that, building that new hospital, yes, it's a great goal and we need it. But in the meantime, we need to keep this current hospital operational and functional to continue the services because we don't know, it may be more than 5 or 7 years. We need to keep it. The facility is falling apart. And our FM people continue to repair on a daily basis. We do have the mold issue that needs to be repaired, but we need to crack the walls open. We need to repair the roof and the envelope so that we don't get any more leakages that then just, exacerbates our mold condition. So yes, we need to, and I will say this, we need to keep the hospital functional and operational and to the best that it can while we're waiting for this new hospital to be built, because I do also agree that we need that new hospital. Thank you.
And I don't think anybody disagrees, right, that we need a new hospital. And I'm just wanting to hear your feedback on how you're having to work in a hospital, though, that's continuing to fall apart. Dr. Eusebio?
The success of the new hospital is based on the success of the current hospital. Because what's going to happen is if we take the same problems that we have with the current hospital, it's going to be the same problems as a new hospital. So if we don't figure out how to fix the current hospital, it's going to be the same problems and it's going to fail.
Thank you. Mr. Kanga?
I happen to agree with Dr. Eusebio. I just joined the organization in February, and it's been a wild ride for 5 months. I've seen it all: fire, flood, death, even surprise inspections by CMS. And at the end of this last inspection, we have corrective actions that were issued to the hospital that put at risk our ability to continue to bill Medicare and Medicaid. And those particularly include refurbishments to our facility. What this budget bill proposes for the hospital don't give us a meaningful opportunity to address those discrepancies. And we're really pleading with the legislature, wherever you can find the funds to give the hospital, to please do so. You've heard in the past agencies talking about lapses. That is not a reality of GMH. There is no excess cash that we have not obligated. And as much as agencies have asked for continuing appropriations, maybe we can consider a new environment where any unencumbered or unexpended funds from other government agencies be appropriated to GMHA to cover our shortfall. I mean, those are the realities that we face today, and we don't have a challenge spending money. If you gave GMH $10 million today, that would be gone in a blink. And vendor payables, payroll, paying our contracts, taking care of our facility, you name it, there are a whole host of things that we can think to pay, but we simply don't have the cash. So we kindly ask for this body's indulgence in trying to find that and give us a meaningful opportunity to succeed and not just try to make the most out of nothing. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, Jesse King is saying you're continuing to ask us to do more with less, and that's just unfair. He does mention about lapse funding. Here's a solution, right? So those agencies that lapse their funds year after year, give them to us. Give them to GMH, right? However, when you listen to GDOE and the issues that they're facing with their lapse funds, the reasons why are sometimes they're stuck in procurement, some projects that they're trying to move forward with, they get protested, and so they're just waiting for those things to be cleared, whether it's with the OAG or just the protests in general. Once those things clear, they got the green light to move forward, so they need those monies that are lapsing. In certain vacancies, once they acquire those positions, they're going to need the money to pay those employees that fill those positions at GDOE. So I see both sides of the coin on that. And I likely, if you ask some of these other agencies about their lapse funding, I would not be surprised if I heard the same reasons why that some of these monies are stuck in procurement limbo. But again, I totally understand where Jesse King is coming from, where he says if you give GMH $10 million today, that would be gone in a blink. GMHA is not lapsing money. You give it to them, they will spend it. They have bills to pay, the power bill, vendor payments and such, and it's difficult. And so when you listen to not just this budget hearing, but you listen to any oversight or any hearing that has anything to do with GMHA, the challenges are the same. They cannot deny patients coming into their doors. And a lot of times these patients, they cannot pay for the services. And so it comes back to us as taxpayers having to pay for these bills, right? I've got one more. This is healthcare administrator and nurse Christine Taquero, who also shares the challenges. I believe she reads on the record a letter that she wrote that she wanted the senators to hear. So one more, and then we'll take the break.
Our TEFRA reimbursements continue to be lower, and
our Medicaid follows, I think we're going to continue to have challenges and rely on funding from the government. But Senator, may I read something short? Okay. Not only am I a healthcare administrator, but I'm also a nurse who has witnessed firsthand the dedication of our hospital staff and the increasing challenges we face in delivering safe, effective, and compassionate care to our patients. Our hospital is a lifeline for thousands of residents, especially the most vulnerable among us. We provide critical services regardless of a patient's ability to pay. However, we are now at a tipping point. The cost of providing health care has risen dramatically in recent years. Medical equipment, supplies, and pharmaceuticals have all increased in price. In addition to these core expenses, we are also facing higher utility costs, including electricity and water, as well as rising premiums for insurance and retirement contributions for our staff. Equally important, we are in the midst of a nationwide shortage of healthcare personnel. To recruit and retain qualified nurses, physicians, and other healthcare professionals, we must offer competitive compensation and invest in training and wellness programs. If we cannot meet these needs, we risk losing talented professionals to private institutions or off-island at the expense of our patients. Despite these mounting challenges, our budget has not kept pace. We are being asked to do more with less, and quite frankly, that is no longer sustainable. I urge you to consider a significant increase into the budget allocation for Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. The funding will allow us to modernize and maintain essential equipment and facilities, secure reliable supplies for medication and critical materials, pay for rising utilities and insurance premiums, ensure our employees receive the benefits they deserve, and protect patient safety and improve their patient outcomes. As the only civilian hospital on island that delivers babies and admits pediatric patients, we carry an extraordinary responsibility. Every mother in labor, every child with a medical emergency, they all come through our doors. We are often their only option, especially for neonatal intensive care and pediatric intensive care units. But this essential care is now at risk. An investment in our hospital is an investment in the health and resilience of our community. With your support, we can improve the quality of care that all our individuals on our island deserve. Thank you.
All right, there you go. I'm trying to see where we are at the current session that's happening in real time, right? And so I'm trying to see if they also move to approve that amendment. $35 million of excess revenue back in 2022, which was originally designated for bond repayment to a new hospital, and they're reappropriating this $35 million to IT infrastructure improvements over at GMH. I'm trying to see what they did with that amendment. So we'll take the break, and I'll give you an update. Otherwise, you can call in and say, I know the answer because I've been following along, and so you're probably more caught up than I am. So 3:39 in the morning, Wave 105.
CBS News Brief. Ahead of Monday's meeting between President Trump and Ukraine's President Zelensky, Fiona Hill, who served in Trump's first-term National Security Council, said this about Russia's Vladimir Putin on CBS's Face the Nation.
There's a pretty high bar here because what Putin is doing is pretty brutal, and he's not showing right now any signs whatsoever of giving anything up.
Hurricane Erin, back at Category 4 strength, is on the move north, leaving behind possible flooding in Puerto Rico.
It has been dropping a lot of rain on Puerto Rico all morning long. 2 to 4 inches of rain falling in some places, isolated areas of up to 8 inches. That could create some flash flooding throughout there.
CBS News Miami meteorologist Scott Withers. Americans liked scary movies this weekend.
Are you watching?
Weapons was tops at the box office second week in a row, followed again by the comedy Freakier Friday, coming in at number 2. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
A major AI company prohibited job seekers from using AI on their applications. Here's why it changed its policy. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune Magazine with the Fortune Business Update. The company is Anthropic, and its AI chatbot is called Claude. Like some other companies, it prohibited job applicants from using AI to refine their resumes, cover letters, and applications. But now the company says it uses Claude every day. In fact, it uses Claude to create job descriptions, improve interview questions, and manage candidate communications. So the company figured it's only fair that candidates can use such tools too. But only up to a point. Job seekers still can't use AI when given problems to solve or being interviewed. And with AI improving by the week, don't be surprised if the rules at Anthropic and elsewhere change again before long. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Create harmony with Discord. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Gamers know Discord, but there's a lot more to this innovative social media service with a weird name, and much more than just the latest Minecraft hacks. For example, did you know that you can use Discord to build your own unique online community, both for live chat and video communication? And that thousands of dedicated Discord servers now cover a huge and growing variety of different topics. Even though the shift started only 5 years ago, more than 150 million users are now benefiting from the platform's versatility. And more join as non-gamers leave other social platforms looking for new online homes. So who knows? Maybe the next breakout Discord server will be yours. Check out the world of Discord at discord.com. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Craving bold flavors and unbeatable value? Introducing Chili's Double Down Feast. Choose from chef-crafted protein pairings like zesty margarita chicken with ancho salmon, or go premium with the classic sirloin and half rack of ribs. All served with loaded mashed potatoes, starting at just $24.99. It's a feast made to satisfy. With more pairings to try, one visit won't be enough. Only at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Heavy traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you are heading to the Tri-intersection near the fire station. Heavy traffic on Route 16 in Barragata If you are coming from the intersection near the Guam National Guard, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Rev and Tax. There's heavy traffic due to a lane closure. The only lane that's open is on the far right-hand side, so take any alternate routes if needed. I'm not too sure when they will be ending. And then we have slow traffic on Route 1 into Manning if you are heading north or southbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. The DPW HMC crew will be grass cutting Route 1 from Outer Loop to Polaris. Work will occur between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on The Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. Guam, island in the sun. From Jigo to Molessi, this land is all that we know.
Welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. So they haven't moved that amendment. They're still debating it. They've got OFB and BBMR there. Also DRT director there. Clarifying some things. Steve Guerrero, the OFB director, is basically comparing what happened with the DOC appropriations of $5 million for their new facility, and then also tax refunds. And so he's saying when it comes to this this reimbursement, he says these are federal dollars, not local funds. The original intent was to front refunds using the general fund, then get reimbursed later. That's why lawmakers often use the term reimbursement. He said it was under the pretense that we were putting up the general fund money to pay for tax refunds with the assumption we were going to get reimbursed, and that's probably why a lot of us here are using the reimbursements as saying, where's the money? So did we actually get reimbursed? If yes, that means general fund money was used up front and the reimbursement should not sit in the trust fund. It should go back to the general fund. Or did we get reimbursed? Those are two questions he's asking the administration. So if no, then the refunds were simply paid directly with federal money. And in that case, there is no reimbursement to expect. He says that is exactly what we did and why we did it. And when we debated on this floor for the mechanism, why we did it, in the end, everybody was hunky-dory. This is Senator Chris Duenas stating that. So here's a file. This is Senator Will Parkinson that we played a little bit of it earlier. And so, see, he is talking about sometimes I have to say, Senator Will Parkinson, I guess we're around the same age, because he started bringing up monopoly money. When I heard phantom money, fake money, I'm like, monopoly money. So he starts using the phrase as well. He says we should be arguing whether to give money to the school or the hospital, not trying to wish a phantom appropriation into existence because the majority wants to give a tax cut to the top 1%. So once again, anytime any of these agencies are going to say not enough money, when you're going to hear the senators on the other side, which are the minority, mind you, disputing the reasons to roll back the BPT. And so they are the minority. And that's why, as things unfold, I just have to go back to what Lester Carlson had told Patty this morning, saying This bill is dead on arrival. Everybody knows it, and if you don't, you should know it. So we'll see, because, again, peaks and valleys. And so when things seem to settle down and stabilize, yesterday, things were stabilizing, even last night. And then when these amendments come up, we're in the valleys again. You heard Senator Therese Terlae very passionate, right? She was getting emotional, too. She's like, what are we doing here? Are we really appropriating phantom monies when we have real money? So here's Senator Will Parkinson. This was maybe 15 or 20 minutes ago.
Testimony. Senator Parkinson, you're recognized. I agree with testimony of retiring speakers that this should be out of order. We should not be debating amendments with no funding source if we're going to be consistent with the rules as established thus far. But if we are going to debate this, then let's debate it. And let's debate it. There is a really earnest wish for there to be $35 million in this account. From me, budget chair, from this whole body, we all really wish $35 million was in there. But no amount of wishing is going to make that come true. We have heard OFB testify this morning that there is no money. But that doesn't mean that the need from GMH disappears. We still have $35 million worth of problems that need to be solved. The amendment that we are debating today shows the great need. Our need is so great, we are debating phantom money. But we don't have to debate phantom money. We can debate real money today. This problem we're running into right now shows the folly of repealing the BPT the way we have. You want to fill this gap? There it is. We just need to take back this generous tax break that we are insisting upon giving for the top 1%. Because no matter how hard we wish and wish and wish, there's no money in there. And I support an investigation if any malfeasance was done. Absolutely. Get to the bottom of it. But looking at the legislative history of it, it looked like we didn't know if we could use that money when we appropriated it. And then when that money came, we couldn't. And it never was, and it never did. And so it was never there. It should be there. But there are limits to the power of this body, on what this body can do with a vote of 8. We can't not make a vote of 8 turn the sky pink. We cannot, with a vote of 8, turn the river to flow like chocolate. And we cannot, with a vote of 8, make $35 million show up in an account when it is not there. Even if it is completely justified that the mistake is not ours. If you go to the bank and there's some sort of problem, that ain't going to solve your problem today. And we have to debate a budget today with real money. We have a source of about $40 million. Our dilemma should we be asking these businesses to pitch into their community, The big debate we should be tearing our hair over should this go to the schools or the hospitals? That should be the debate we're having, because both of those institutions have incredible need. Instead, I have to belabor on like I'm Grandpa Bernie Sanders about this 1% tax cut. I would rather not have that argument. I would rather argue about what institution actually gets these revenues. There is no money in this account. And there is $35 million worth of need in the hospital, and there's $35 million worth of need at the school. And we have a source of $40 million with a simple vote of 8. If this body could find the will to do so. So, I support wishing for $35 million to go to the hospital if that will help, but I don't think it will. Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
Vice Speaker? Senator Parkinson, you're recognized.
All right, there you go. So, again, sometimes I do feel like I'm swimming in chocolate water, though. It just depends how long it's been raining. This Seagull Falls, sometimes when you hike and you're like, it's kind of looking chocolate, like, I'm not turning around, though. Oh, here we go. So here's something that actually got my attention too. So the Democrat Party, like let's just call it what it is, right? We know that the Democrat Party has been fractured. And I think the Democrat Party lost the majority because it's fractured. There's a lot of infighting going on. We don't even have a minority leader. Right? This 38th Guam legislature never decided on a minority leader. It was apparently either Senator Therese Terlai or Senator Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes, but they could not come to an agreement. And so the rest of the senators, there's 6 of them, they're like, we don't need a minority leader. What is that? It's just symbolic, I guess. And so they've moved on without a minority leader. And I would say the Democratic Party of Guam has not been standing by Senator Therese Terlai like they stand by the governor, because they don't see eye to eye on a number of issues, like the new hospital. And so the buddies, Senator Chris Barnett and Senator Therese Terlai, are not aligned with the administration until this budget bill showed up, until the substitute budget bill showed up. And the Democratic Party are supporting Senator Therese Terlai, especially when it comes to the almost removal of Senator Therese Terlai. And you can go watch the tape. I see both sides. I see where Senator Chris Duenas is coming from. It's like there's just holding up movement. And so I had asked that Senator Therese Terlai be removed just for this amendment, and then I'll bring her back. I heard it. I'm not arguing that. But I don't think that there's a real... It never has to get to that point. There are 15 elected senators, regardless of the hold-up or what some might say is... when you're stalling. It is what it is. I don't think it should ever get to the part of removal. If you read it, it talks about who's the presiding officer. Senator Chris Duenas is correct. The presiding officer was him at the time. But that doesn't matter in the court of public opinion. What people saw and what people read and what people heard was this removal of an elected official. And it's the number one voted elected official. The most popular. And so it backfired. I'm sorry. And the Democratic Party put out this release on August 16. And the governor's office has been sharing sound bites of Senator Therese Talai and Senator Chris Barnett. This substitute budget bill has unified the Democratic Party. For how long? I don't know. Maybe not for long. But maybe they could even get behind Senator Therese Talai. Like really, truly get behind her. And say, you know what, you should run for governor. You should run for governor. Because you seem to have the courage. You seem to be the champion that the people really want. I don't know, just read the comments on any of these other articles that are out there. I don't see them saying anybody else but Senator Therese Talai. Maybe I'm wrong. And she hasn't even come out officially. So KGUM, FM, and Dededo Guam, let me just, in the midst of high-stakes budget debate, that will impact thousands of families. The new Republican majority budget chairman, Chris Duenas, attempted to silence Democratic Senator Therese Talai when faced with tough but necessary questions, ordering the Sergeant-at-Arms to remove a duly elected member of the legislature for exercising her right to speak is not only undemocratic, it is deeply respectful to the legislative process and to the people of Guam. The budget is one of the most consequential responsibilities of any legislature. It deserves rigorous scrutiny, open dialogue, and participation from every corner of Guam, not forced removals. Our Democratic senators are committed to asking the hard questions and standing up for accountability. If the Republican leadership finds that too inconvenient, it says more about their priorities than ours. Silencing dissent weakens democracy. The people of Guam deserve a government that works for them, not one that shuts the door on debate. We call on Republican leadership to abandon these tactics and return to the table in good faith. And I feel like they did. Sunday, things stabilized. But again, things did backfire. And so whatever disdain the administration has had with Senator Therese Talai and Senator Chris Barnett, things have been mended. And I don't know, we lost the feed. I'll try to pull it up later in a couple hours. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. But Senator Sabrina Salas Mantanani was about to play, or did play, an audio file, an old debate of Governor Lou Leon-Guerrero, probably before she was governor, to try to be governor for the first time, or maybe the second go around. I couldn't find a timestamp. That feed dropped. But Senator Therese Talai objected to that. So things now are shifting the other way. And I again will say that it has backfired. And so for how long, I don't know. But I would say for the Democratic Party, take advantage of this opportunity and bring her in. Call for a meeting. Call for some kind of meeting between the governor and Senator Therese Talai, and see how you guys can move forward united. But, you know, that's just me on the outside looking in. We'll take the break. On the other side, we're actually going to shift the conversation because I watched one of the newest episodes of Guam Guy, right? His podcast. You can check it out on YouTube. And his guest was Kylan Eckert, who Guam Guy calls him the flag bro. And so this guy is a flag designing expert. And I believe he's a teacher here in Guam. You should check it out on YouTube. It's the newest episode of the Guam Guys podcast, which more than likely is going to play here on Wave 105 this Friday. And every Friday after at 11 a.m., they'll switch out the episode on every third Friday. But it was a very good episode on flag design. And he has been... So in the video, he's critical of the village flags in a very loving way. And I want him to share that with our audience about how, what are the elementary components to flag design. And I think that's where we'll start the conversation. Like, what should you be doing when you decide to do flag design, right? And he shared it, but we'll wait till we have the conversation with him. And then he says a lot of the village flags are overly complicated, and we should actually be simplifying it. And he'll give his reasons. And I really appreciate the fact that he's coming into the studio, and we'll take a deep dive that'll probably get us even into the 5 o'clock hour. So I know we're shifting. I know what's relevant right now is the budget hearing, but when I listened to this episode, I was very intrigued, and I think our audience would be intrigued as well in this conversation. And obviously, we can always get back to the budget. They're going to be doing this and arguing all into the night tonight, right? And then for the rest of this week. So there's always going to be something else to talk about when it comes to the budget. But we'll take a break from that conversation and hang out with Kylan Eckert in just a bit. I understand that there's traffic, and so that might be holding him up as well because of that water leak that's happening, right? He's stuck in that traffic. So we might not get him until like the bottom of the hour, but we'll take the break now because we're behind. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
KGUM FM, Dededo. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. Hurricane Erin re-strengthened back into a Category 4 storm churning over the Atlantic Ocean north of the Caribbean. The National Hurricane Center warns of life-threatening surf and rip currents along the East Coast, as we hear from CBS News New York's Ali Bauman.
Hurricane Erin whipped up waves, slapping Puerto Rico's seawalls. Even without a direct hit to the U.S. mainland, Hurricane Erin is expected to create rough conditions along the eastern seaboard. We've already seen the deadly effects of rip currents this summer. Drone video captured the rescue of 5 swimmers in Seaside Heights, New Jersey, just last week. One man did not survive.
Assuming Democrats return to Austin for a quorum, State House Republicans in Texas plan to move ahead to create 5 new GOP-leaning congressional seats Monday. CBS News Sacramento political analyst Gary Dietrich tells us California is doing the same thing.
This is day one of really the formal process of California moving forward on a November 4th special election to put in place 5 more congressional seats that would be favorable for the Democrats.
With Ukraine's President Zelensky meeting with President Trump Monday, he plans to be flanked by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. CBS's Willie James Inman reports.
On Sunday, President Zelensky met with the President of the European Commission, who told reporters there could be no limits on Ukraine's armed forces or outside assistance.
Ukraine must be able to uphold its sovereignty and its territorial integrity.
Zelensky emphasized the importance of Europe standing with Ukraine.
Meanwhile, the mayor of Ukraine's Kharkiv said 3 people were killed and more than a dozen wounded by an overnight Russian drone strike. The House Oversight and Government Reform Committee is investigating the death of convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, and they're seeking high-profile testimony. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian.
Epstein had been charged with federal sex trafficking crimes and was awaiting trial at the time of his death. His case has drawn renewed scrutiny from Congress after the president pledged to declassify files surrounding the case. The committee has also issued subpoenas for several other top former officials, including the Clintons.
Bankrate analyst Sarah Foster tells us workers still have not regained all of the purchasing power that they lost during the pandemic.
What the data is really telling us is that staying put in your current position is probably the best way to get a raise, because this is just such a low hire, no fire job market. It's frozen.
And Sarah Foster says that it may stay that way for a year or longer. Terrence Stamp, who played General Zod in the Superman films, died at 87. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
It's that time of the year, the first day of school, and CBS's Stacey Lynn warns parents to be careful posting that back-to-school photo.
Sure, your kids look super cute in their new clothes, getting ready to head to the bus stop for a brand new school year, but there are predators out there trolling the internet.
What's wrong is when parents put their full name, sometimes on the front porch with the address showing behind them.
Stephen Balcom, the founder of the Family Online Safety Institute, says you can post the pics, but keep the info limited to just their first name.
And don't say which elementary school.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Wegmans shoppers should check their cheese. The grocery chain is pulling various products from shelves because they may be contaminated with listeria. The recall includes Wegmans cheeses sold between July 1st and August 12th in Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and in Washington, D.C. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
A cool way to keep cool. This is Sound Bites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Summer's a trial when the temperature's high, especially on those nights when even the AC can't cut the steam. So here's a tool that can help keep you comfortable whenever you feel hot or cold. It's the Ember Wave. Think of it as a personal temperature control. You wear it on your wrist like a watch, and at the touch of a button, the Ember Wave generates cooling sensations that radiate from your wrist all across the rest of your body. And if you're cold, it can make you feel warmer. You can control it, so the effect's never too much. Those hot summer nights when the air hangs heavy in your room, Ember Wave can help. Hot flashes, night sweats, or feeling cold, quick relief can be a touch away. Learn more at embrlabs.com. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News. Fund your future with Patreon. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Got a great idea, but don't know how to make it pay? Online platforms make it easier than ever to connect with backers, and one of the easiest to use and the most popular is Patreon. It's simple. Just provide content, a service, or a product. Then use Patreon to set up a payment method. Patreon can collect one-transaction payments for your goods or services, while its subscription model can help fund ongoing content like a blog or an online magazine. What and how you charge is up to you. Writers, artists, musicians, and coders all use Patreon to get their creations to the public and to turn great ideas into a steady income stream. Millions depend on it. Why not you at patreon.com? With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 4:14 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
The Bright Side is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we started with you. Micropack is open at their Tumuning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, the wet season is on its way and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coatings. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now it's that time for your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side. Slow traffic on Route 10 in Chalampago if you are heading to the intersection. That also leads to Route 4. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. See here, heavy traffic on Route 16 if you're coming from the intersection near the Guam National Guard in Barrigada, heading to the intersection near the Guam Rev and Tax. I believe there is a lane closure there. Right lane open only. Probably why there is still heavy traffic there in that area in Barrigada. So be on the lookout for that and take alternate routes if needed. There's also slow traffic on Route 2 in Hamatak, and this is by the Seti Bay Overlook. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. The DPW contractor will continue grass cutting at the following locations between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., weather permitting. Route 1 Marine Corps Drive to Muning Dededo Jigo, Route 15 Manilao Jigo, Route 3 NCS Dededo. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. Biba Lunes. It's Monday, 4:19 in the afternoon. And if you're tuned into our YouTube, you'll see our guest in studio, Kylan Eckert, is going to be hanging out with us for this hour. And I was turned on to him by our very good friend Farron Tyron, a.k.a. the Guam Guy. The newest episode of the Guam Guy podcast is with Kylan Eckert, and you were going through flag design.
Yeah, that's right. Flag design is kind of my passion, my hobby. My cousins, my students, everyone that knows me knows, like, don't get them started. So it was good to kind of find a kindred spirit in Farron, where the Guam Guy, and like knowing we both care about the same thing in that.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him when I was over at PBS because he got my attention saying that our Guam flag is actually wrong. It misrepresents the canoe.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's something that he's even had conversations with the Lieutenant Governor, Josh Tenorio.
Yeah.
And I don't even know where we are with that, but you agree with him.
Yeah, I agree with him. And in a way, he's more of the expert on the artifacts themselves.
Sure.
And I'm more of I've studied the flag itself, the history of the flag, like when it was first presented, things like that. Some misconceptions about the flag. Like if I can kind of put my foot down on one thing, it's not Two Lovers Point. That's not in the seal. It's Lutexan or Rutidian. That's actually there. If you go to the actual site where Francisco Feja was viewing from Hagana, you can't see Two Lovers Point. Or if you go to the other site that people talk about, you can see it, but it blends in the background. Sure. And according to the original blueprint, it's not the right shape. It's not the right size, so it's Rutidian. Now, kind of going into actual flag design, what matters more to people on Guam now, and it's like, good thing is you can change a flag. If you're like, that doesn't mean as much now, so can we change it to something more meaningful? Yeah, same thing with the proa. We can fix it to represent us more in a more accurate way, which I'm all for. And he brought that up when he first brought that up to his Instagram and YouTube, and I was like, yes, thank you. Someone cares about flags too.
Yeah.
So it was good having a conversation with someone about flags besides my tired students and my cousins.
Well, so you're a teacher.
Yeah.
Where at?
I teach at Harvest, and I am the geography, Guam history, and government and econ teacher there. So
what grade?
9th grade for geography. So they are going to be tired of flags, but they're going to learn them. They are going to learn the flags. That's one of the key things.
I remember when I was in 3rd grade, one of my favorite parts was distinguishing flags. What country and what flag does this belong to? Why do we even learn that stuff in school?
I mean, if you are going to distinguish countries at a glance, one of the easiest ways is through their flags. If you meet a person and you just don't know them at all, right, then you got to ask questions, you got to listen to them, kind of see, are they from here, are they from there? But if they're wearing a simple flag, or they're wearing a hat that has a flag, or they have certain colors on their clothes that kind of show that flag color, right? Same thing when we watch the World Cup. Sometimes you don't even look at the scoreboard because you're like, I can't tell what that is, but I see the flag.
Sure.
You're like, oh, that's Canada.
Right.
Oh, right away, that's Japan. Japan is, super easy.
Right.
And, when we talk about how to make a good flag and what rules, more like guidelines, that we should follow, you understand the reason for it.
Yeah. When I was watching the episode, I immediately understood what you said, where when you started talking about village flags, I was like, okay, it's all about keeping it simple.
Yeah.
And I don't think a single village flag is simple.
Exactly. It's like, one thing I like to believe, though, is that, yes, I'm being critical, but it's like in love.
Right.
Because these are still, these are people, these are my neighbors.
See, I told you, Issa, it's all in love.
It's all in love.
Yes.
It really is all in love.
Yeah.
And every flag, I think, is a good flag trying to get out, right? It's trying to figure it out. And, hey, it's kind of like the growing pains, right? Teenagers, they're trying to figure themselves out. And a lot of times, some flags that get too complicated, right? When we talk about just the rules of flag making, right? Number one is keep it simple. Keep it as simple as possible. I like to even say, you want to make it what I call long story short,
Yeah, I heard you talk about that.
Long story short, this is what this place is all about. Is it every single detail? No, I can't get into that. But if you have more time, I'll talk to you about it.
Right.
But if you have some sort of symbol to catch attention and to catch some sort of way to remember it, then you've done a good job.
Right.
If someone who has seen it once can then describe it in 20, 30 minutes, you've done a good job.
Right.
Yeah.
When I was actually listening and not watching, right? Your episode with Farron, I could already imagine exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
To the point where when you walked in here and you showed me the Malesu flag, I already knew,
You knew that's
which one was the Malesu flag.
That's great.
Based on what you guys were talking about.
I'm glad.
And so, do you have a example of what the Malesu flag
Yes.
looks like now? Currently?
If I have it right now, yes, I can. And most of these, when we're talking about our village flags, if you want a quick history of it, I believe it was in like 2010, 2011.
Okay.
Guam Visitors Bureau gave the Mayor's Council of Guam some money. And then I think at some point the Mayor's Council, right, they're not flag makers. They were told you need to make flags or you get money to make flags. So it's, for them, these mayors are already stressed out beyond belief, probably, right? They've got cars that they need to pick up, right? They're worrying about the budget too.
The abandoned vehicles, all of those. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
They've got garbage, stuff that they got to take care of. They're taking care of the people. And I think they just kind of, I don't have all the details, but from what I know, almost every single flag, if not every flag, was credited to one person.
Okay.
And that one person made 19 village flags. And I mean, coming from someone who's studied flags and everything, it's hard to make one.
Yeah.
It's hard because you're trying to distill the very history, the essence of a village into 4 colors, maybe 3 symbols.
Yeah.
Right? And put it on something that can be seen from 200, 300 feet away and be instantly recognized. And that's difficult. And I feel like maybe there was a time limit given, and that's not how you do it. That's how you get a flag, but not how you get a good flag done.
When I also think about my project in elementary, we all picked a flag to draw.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anybody being able, any kid being able to draw any of the municipal flags.
If you want, I can show the good people of Guam. And
it's beautiful, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's got all the symbols you want. But here's the thing, even the people that are watching right now on the video right now, they're like, hey, can you zoom in? Right? But that's the problem.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to. You should be able to see the symbols from there.
Sure.
And when we're looking at what it includes, it shows the seal of the municipality of Maritzo, and it says Maritzo.
Okay.
Not Malesu.
Not Malesu, yeah.
So that's another problem when you start putting text in the
same thing with Asamaina.
Correct. And
we
now,
just changed the name, and so they'll have to change the flag.
You have to change the flag.
Right.
Right. So that's one of the main reasons why. And again, I don't fault anyone in this because if it was in 2011, I wasn't even into the flag making and flag rules and understanding and that hobby. I wasn't into it yet.
Right.
So I would have made the same exact mistakes. I needed someone, like me to say, actually, this is not the right way to do it.
Right.
You should, if you want people to adopt your flag, to fly your flag, you need something that is very simple, something that is actually adaptable. One of the best things you can do is have what's called a charge in the middle. Right now, all of the charges in these flags are the seals. And if you have a good charge in the middle, something that's like an icon in the middle, when you think of Canada, what do you think of?
The maple.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you see that maple leaf anywhere, you automatically think Canada.
Right.
So what's that symbol for this village? And put that on a mug, put that on a hat, put that on the side of a uniform. Right. Put that on any sign. Right. And then now you would have something where people are taking a little more village pride because it doesn't take effort to draw a seal on this thing, right? Kids can draw it.
So you designed Malesu, right?
Yes, I designed this. I designed this one. If you want me to show it here?
Yeah,
so,
show it on our YouTube. For those that are watching Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Otherwise, you can always go to it later if you're on the road. But
so right here you can see it from a distance, and what we're looking at would be a what they say bisected flag. On the top is yellow, on the bottom is blue.
Yeah.
And then what you have is essentially a 7-pointed star with crab claws.
Right.
And I think the dead giveaway is the crab claw. Right. It's a crab, so it must be Malesu, right?
Right.
But then it's little details like that 7-pointed star. That's referring to the 7 heroes of Malesu when we talk about the people who rebelled against the Japanese back in World War II. They freed Malesu before any other village. Right. So that is an integral part of the story of Malesu, and you have to have that.
That's
somehow.
powerful.
And does it have to be 7 people, like silhouetted? No,
Right.
it doesn't. You can show it with a red star because there was bloodshed.
Wow.
Right, 7-pointed, and then now when you turn it
There's
kind
the
of
clock
vertical,
tower.
you have the tower here.
Yeah.
Right, which is if you're stopping in Malesu,
Yeah.
you're gonna see it. Right,
Yeah.
and that one, like, I mean, I'm not doing this full time. That one took me about a year to kind of
Wow.
settle on, because I had multiple different ways. I'm like, how do I incorporate Santa Maria Kamalan, that legend, and how do I incorporate the crabs, and how do I incorporate the all of the things that are currently in the flag of Malesu?
That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
And a kid can
Easily.
A second grader can draw that
Easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially those that go to Marito Martyrs Elementary School.
Exactly. Yeah, they would be easy. Now, will they struggle a little with the 7-pointed star? Once in a while, they'll draw 8 because they're like, this is way easier. Sure, okay, but it doesn't ruin the the whole thing. Like, how long is a kid gonna be taking to try to draw the seal of any of these villages?
Yeah.
I mean, if we have time, I can go quickly
please.
through those rules.
Yeah.
We have like 5 rules, and I'll give a quick breakdown.
Yeah.
This is me as a teacher in my the 2-minute drill.
I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
And
So-
and this is all free too, so
Yeah.
we don't have to go to Harvest
you
to
don't
learn.
have to pay tuition for this. This is the basics of
Let's
geography
go.
class right here. This is Geography 101 for flag making. You got number 1, keep it simple. Number 2, use meaningful symbolism. Number 3, 3 to 4 basic colors, or a few basic colors.
Yeah.
Number 4, this is the key: no lettering or seals. That's the thing Guam villages and actually city flags in America struggles with the most. And number 5, which I think is actually the most important: be distinct or be related. You got to choose a lane. Are you going to be different from anyone else, or are you going to show a relationship with another place one way or another to show there's a common culture?
So Hawaii's flag,
Yes.
they chose
Yes.
purpose. It was on
Purposefully.
purpose to put the United Kingdom into their flag.
Yes, they chose purposefully. I keep hearing different stories on it, and I'm sure there's someone from Hawaii that is on Guam, and they can call in and correct me.
Sure.
But essentially, it was like, we just kind of like this, and they just kind of kept it. And
No
by doing
real
it, it's-
relationship, ally
there
with
was
the United Kingdom?
never some sort of official capacity. I think there was at one point some British admiral raised the flag over it, like in a way on accident, and was told, "You idiot, put that down." Right? We are not conquering them. Right? Put it down. And then they just took that. They used the colors, and then they made it their own. There's nothing like the Hawaii flag, which is it really is a beautiful flag. Is it super simple? Maybe not, because I know the UK flag, and that can get complicated. But it's something distinct when we look at that 5th rule: be distinct or be related. And I kind of like to say, if you're gonna break the rule on one, you better hit on all the others.
Yeah.
Right. If you're gonna be complicated, it's gotta be complicated, but it's gotta look good. Right. And it's gotta be so distinct from someone else that it can't be interpreted any other way.
Well, you give an example on Keep It Simple, and Turkmenistan does not look simple.
Does not. It does not look simple.
Yeah.
Turkmenistan is jokingly called Carpet Stan in flag maker circles, because that's what they did. They actually had rug patterns put in, and this is like, no one's going to confuse Turkmenistan with anyone. So does it fail and Keep It Simple? Yes, but man, does it hit on it hits on the be distinct or be related.
Yeah.
And it does have very meaningful symbolism. Now, would I, if I were personally trying to like redesign Turkmenistan, I would change that. but very, very carefully, and figure out some sort of carpet pattern that would work for everyone. And then
Palau does such a great job.
Palau is
very simple.
So simple.
Yeah.
One test that someone said is the Tour de France test, right? They show the top 20, 30 people in a list, and they put their country. Can you tell your country from that little bit of space that is shown? Can you see your flag in that? And if the answer is no, then you need to think about how your flag's been designed.
Yeah. When you look at the village flags, right, have you found which one is the most simplest?
Asan Maina.
Asan Maina.
I'd say they hit, and all they got to do is remove the seal. And if I could show it, I have it right here.
Yes.
Asan Maina's right there. If you remove the seal.
Okay.
In the middle.
So it would just be the white, then the red, the blue strip in the middle. Keep the 2 stars.
Exactly.
And I think when I was watching your episode, each star represents the village, right?
Asan
one is
Maina.
Asan, one is Maina.
And that's as simple as it needs to be.
Right.
Plus, Asan Maina, when we're talking about what that village means to Guam itself, it's a very important village when it comes to World War II and liberation. Right?
Because you could change the flag and not change the seal.
Correct.
Because in essence, a lot of what we're seeing on their flags is their seal.
Correct.
So you're not even saying change your seal.
No.
You're just saying change the flag.
Because these are 2 separate issues. The seal is meant for official documents, like essentially a stamp of approval from the whatever relevant government.
And this goes
entity
back
is.
in history.
This is way back. This comes from like dukes with their signet ring.
Okay.
That was their seal.
So it's basically like what we see in today, where people are, what is it? Identity theft, right?
Yeah, this is your social security number.
So your seal keeps people from stealing your identity.
Your password, yeah, exactly. Like this is your seal of approval. Yes, it's me,
right?
But it's for a government entity, and it's meant to be complicated because that's hard to counterfeit.
Right. Now it's taking me back to Braveheart. It's like, do we attack or do we not attack? Well, we have the King's Seal.
The King's Seal.
And the King's Seal says we attack.
Then that's what you go
with.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what's good for documents that are flat.
Yeah.
They're not moving in the wind.
Right.
They're not backwards, because if the wind blows the other way, your words are now backwards. And many times that's what's
happens. Happening in the Guam flag now.
It's Maug, which is technically a different island. There is an island in the Marianas on the opposite end called Maug.
Because if we really wanted to do it, then you'd have to do it on the other side too, which doesn't normally show. I think maybe just because it was manufactured cheaply.
Yeah, and what happens is, in order to solve that problem, right, we complicate it by the problem by putting 2 flags together. They sew 2 flags together. Now it becomes heavier. If it becomes wet, that flag doesn't fly. So instead, just take the simple solution. Remove the words. One of the keys here, right, it was the no lettering or seals, number 4.
Yeah.
Right. Essentially, if you have to write what you are symbolizing, then your symbolism has failed. What's the use of, you might as well just put, a blue field with big letters for Guam.
Sure.
If we're going to write little letters, let's make it clear. Let's make the whole flag say Guam. Now there's no mistaking it.
Right.
But that's not what a flag is for.
Right. I get it. Because to be honest with you, I know the seal without the word Guam on it. And I would be like, that's Guam.
Yeah.
I don't need it to say Guam.
Yeah. I've done it in my class where I said, where's the Guam flag? And I showed Guam, but I replaced the words with Cuba, and they couldn't see. So what's the use if it can't be seen in real life situations, or even from a distance of 20 feet? Then what's the use of having those words anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like my idea is like, let's not replace the Guam flag. Let's perfect it.
Sure.
Let's perfect it. At first, when I first got on this journey, I'm like, the Guam flag is not a good flag because it's too complicated. It uses a seal, things like that. And then I said, okay, let's be real here. Guam has a lot of people that love its flag. This is different from places like like Michigan, who they have no idea what's on their flag. They don't fly their flag.
It's on people's arms
It's
or
on
legs or backs.
My saying is there's too many people with it tattooed on their calf.
Yeah.
There's too many. And the calf is like the perfect shape for that, that seal.
Yeah.
Right. And there's just too many. And I don't want to take that away from them necessarily. Maybe the tattoo removal people love it. But
To be honest with you, I know that you'll definitely, I mean, there's pushback even when Farron was bringing up how we're misrepresenting the canoe, and people are kind of just like, we've gone too far. But I honestly do think that if you had a real conversation with the Mayor's Council of Guam, I think that they would be very in tune with having you at least have a conversation with them and their municipality planning council to redesign their flags, because I think it strengthens village pride and it starts at a very young age.
Yeah, exactly. You get kids drawing their village flag. You get kids wearing their village flag on baseball uniforms, on basketball uniforms. Just something that kind of shows a little bit, right? You could get it on anything where they're wearing a shirt that says that is just the charge.
Yeah.
And it's an automatically recognized, oh, that kid's from Molessu because I see that 7-pointed star crab.
Right.
And that's as simple as it is. And I also want to say, I'm not here to do the same job that the previous artist did. This is not my job. My job is to, in a way, make a point out loud to as many people as possible, because I was like, someone needs to say this, and then I'm like, well, no one else is gonna say it, so I guess it has to be me. It has to be.
But you're coming from, I have to say, you are coming from a very pure place, and so listening to the episode, I was like, I'm not offended at all by what you're saying.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and it is a point of concern in my idea. Like, if all of a sudden when I bring attention to it, people just say, hey, no, you can't touch my village flag. Like, you don't even know if it's your village flag. Like, that's not even your village flag. I switched it out with something else, and you had no idea why, right? If you really do care, let's make something that you will care about.
Right.
And a lot of times this falls on deaf ears, and I always like to say the only time someone cares about their flag is when it's theirs that's getting burned. And now I come in and say something, and, oh, you can't touch my flag. Oh, where were you when they were asking for input? And I don't think there was enough community input. And there's, like, the most I want to be involved in a way is, yes, I'd like to possibly put in my own ideas, because I think I would try to do the best job I can.
Yeah.
But I also would just want to be involved in a way that says, is this following the guidelines? Because
there's
I want
a name,
the people.
right? What was the name that you mentioned? A flag designer?
Flag design. So there's flag study, which is vexillology.
Vexillology.
Okay. Yeah. And then there's flag designing, vexillography.
Okay.
Right, like geography.
I don't know
geology.
one person that is that here in Guam.
Yeah. I think.
Do you know? Is there a whole club?
just
you
me
and
the Guam guy. Me and the Guam guy right now. And then a few of my friends that are like, yeah, hey, you got it right. But, okay, just let us know when you need help.
Do you mind if you stick around? We just got to take a quick break. And then I kind of wanted to get into even more, like you mentioned, the material that was used in flags, for different countries. Yeah. That actually sparked my interest too. So, Issa, we're good to go?
Yes, we're good to go.
Okay, we'll take the break. Once again, we are hanging out with Kylan Eckert, who has designed village flags, and so we'll share more examples of those and carry on that conversation right after this. This is Wave 105. It's the bright side. It's your talk of Guam.
Shout out to our friends over at McDonald's. Join their growth and build your career with us. McDonald's is hiring. Visit the hiring fair on Saturday, August 23rd, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. upstairs at the McDonald's Harmon restaurant. And now for your local news with the Marianas Business Journal, Skylar Obispo.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The USS George Washington, the U.S. Navy's premier forward-deployed aircraft carrier, made a scheduled port visit to Guam yesterday, according to a statement by Naval Base Guam. The George Washington is the flagship of Carrier Strike Group 5 and is joined by cruiser USS Robert Smalls and destroyer USS Shoup, which is currently visiting Saipan. Captain Tim Waits, commanding officer of the George Washington, said that the strike group's arrival on Guam emphasizes the island's key role in the Western Pacific. Waits added that the arrival of the George Washington on Guam provides a great opportunity for the sailors to engage with the local community and provides an opportunity for some brief and well-deserved liberty. In more news, talks on GovGuam's fiscal year 2026 budget continued over the weekend, resulting in some heated exchanges between lawmakers. Senator Theresa Lahi was nearly removed from the session floor after the oversight chair Chris Duenas ordered her removal, saying in a statement that Terlahi refused to comply with the order of the chair. The Democratic Party of Guam condemned the action, stating that it was an attempt by Republican leadership to shut the door on debate. The budget debate continues today, marking nearly 1 week of discussion on where GovGuam's money will be spent. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
CBS News Brief. The National Hurricane Center says Hurricane Aaron won't come ashore, but will create danger on the East Coast. Correspondent Jim Krasula.
High surf and an increasing risk of rip currents will be growing threats through the week from the Carolinas to the Northeast.
California is moving to create 5 more Democratic congressional seats. CBS Sacramento political analyst Gary Dietrich.
We haven't done a mid-decade redistricting. This will be the first time in modern history. And what's key about it, of course, is that it was triggered, according to the governor, by what's happening in Texas.
The House Oversight Committee investigating the death of Jeffrey Epstein will take closed testimony from former Attorney General William Barr.
The committee has also issued subpoenas to the Justice Department, as well as the Clintons, former AGs Alberto Gonzales, Eric Holder, Loretta Lynch, Merrick Garland, and former FBI directors James Comey and Robert Mueller.
Correspondent Nicole Killian reporting. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event, is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Now it's that time for your Real Deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 10 in Chalampago if you are heading to the intersection. That also leads to Route 4. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. There's still heavy traffic on Route 16 if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Reventax in Barragata Heights. This is backed up all the way to the intersection near the Guam National Guard. I believe there is still lane closure. I think only the right side of the lane is open, so be on the lookout for that. Take alternate routes if necessary. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Pavement striping and marking activities will continue along Route 1 from Route 8 to Lupang Beach Tower. From Tomorrow, Tuesday, August 19th to Friday, August 22nd, work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Intermittent lane closures in both directions are expected during work hours. Motorists are advised to plan accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, and once again, I'm hanging out with Kylan Eckert. You can check him out on our YouTube channel. He's hanging out in studio. We're talking about designing flags. And again, I have to refer back to your episode with the Guam guy, Farron Tyron, because you briefly talk about how nations, when not only design their flags, but manufacture them, and they usually use the material that is available to them in their own homeland, right? And so if you want to just briefly touch on that.
Yeah, when we're talking about flags have been around since, ever since.
Sure.
They really have. When we're talking about the purpose.
It's about pride, right?
Yeah. Well, the purpose originally was once it was war, essentially. War is super chaotic. So how do you find out if you're in the right spot? And the first group to kind of put a flag up, they realize, it's very easy to rally everyone. And what do you make that flag out of? There's an interesting story. I feel like I can't believe I'm forgetting which country. It might be like Latvia or someone where their flag is just red, white, red.
Okay.
And the story is this duke or kind of high-ranking guy. He was wearing this giant belt and a white tunic, and he got so much blood on him that that it was basically covered. And he was trying to rally his troops, so he took his belt off, a giant belt off, and took his tunic and started waving his tunic around, and it was red and white where the belt was, and red. And that's their legend of how they got their flag.
Wow.
And that's kind of the legend of how flags started. It was to communicate quickly from a distance in the worst of environments.
Well, that just reminds me of what you said earlier then, long story short.
Yeah, long story short. And that's a good story.
Yeah.
Now you're like, okay, is it true or not? Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter.
Right.
And that's the great part. It's you get people to have pride in it, and you get people to talk about it. And going back to the materials, there's many things that actually influence how a flag will get made. There's a reason purple is so rare in flags. It's because purple is a very hard color to make. Until modern times, it was for the rich. And even the rich kept away from using purple and instead used blue because they're like, it's close enough, but we don't want to have to pay for every guard to be wearing purple, but we'll pay for them to wear blue.
Right.
And so...
Don't tell that to the geckos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Royal purple, right?
Royal purple. Hey, man, they got something to be proud about with that. But things like the colors that you could make, how do you make yellow? How do you make brown? How do you make red? How do you make blue? Those are very difficult things to make if you're making from scratch. So only certain nations that could make those colors would want to make those colors, and those became those very national and natural colors to make for those places. And then when we get to things like what was the flag itself actually made out of, the answer is cloth or whatever fabric you could make.
Yeah.
And flags were small. So coming back to, wow, this is actually good. This is like me as a teacher kind of assuming this was the way the whole time, right? But no, I'm catching it. Vexillology comes from the Roman word vexillum. And the vexillum, if you remember what the Romans would carry, that SPQR thing, they would carry, and it was just a hanging flag. That's all
yes,
it was.
yes.
That was a vexillum. Because it was too heavy, you can't wave it side to side, so you just hold it up and it hangs.
Yeah.
Because it was made out of some sort of cloth.
Right.
And if that gets wet, well, I mean, now it's not going to fly very
Right.
easily, so they made sure it could hang straight. If it can hang straight, you're good. So, but that would lead to very small flags because, again, this poor standard bearer would be carrying this thing the whole time. Now introduce Chinese silk, which is so much lighter, so much strong, so very strong and very easy to dye and change the colors. That changed flag making. Once that was introduced, flags got bigger, flags got more vibrant, flags got, they just spread across the world once they figured that out.
When I look at the global flags, right, countries, I feel like they are all they're all following the rules, even the U.S. flag. But then when we go into states, all of it is out the window.
It just falls apart. And here's the thing. It's almost exclusive, not almost exclusively, but it's just, I'm very aware of it. It's very American to do it this way. And it's almost like, well, maybe that's just the American style of flag making.
Okay.
But there is a new change now. There's a movement to fix state flags because people aren't waving their state flags if it's a bad flag.
Right.
So instead, they're changing it to be a more symbolic flag of their place.
To your point, like if Kansas or Montana, it says Kansas on their flag, and Montana says Montana on their flag. If I switched the seals, I wouldn't even know which one's Kansas and which one's Montana.
Exactly. So what's the use?
Right. But when I see New Mexico, I'll never forget it.
Yeah, that's
and it
similar.
doesn't even say New Mexico on it, right? Do you have an example of New Mexico?
I mean, I have a picture.
Yeah.
I think, actually, I think yours is a bigger picture. Or here. I think this. No, that one.
This one?
Yes. That,
okay, you can.
Yeah,
New Mexico's
flag is.
So yeah,
it's a yellow flag. So it's here on this side. It's a yellow flag with a red holy symbol of I think it's the Zia people. A sun symbol of the Zia people.
Yeah.
And it's a very simple.
Right. It's beautiful
very
too.
Simple. And it's just something that now people from New Mexico can put that on anything.
Right.
And it's an easy way to identify, that person's from New Mexico.
Yeah.
Same thing for Guam. The Guam seal, right? You just put the outline of the seal and even the border of the flag. And everyone knows that person's from Guam. You actually don't need anything inside the seal to prove you're from Guam.
I've seen that as well. Just the seal itself and nothing inside. I mean, we know that that's the sling stone.
You know it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it is we've actually got such a distinct flag because the seal is never we technically followed the American way of making the flag. We put it in 1917 when the first flag was flown. It was just a blue field with the states with their territorial seal.
When did we put the border?
That was 1948. It was after the war, after World War II. So we didn't even have that red border for most of the time. It was 30 years later that it was finally added. And that when they added that actually bumped Guam from being just another what we call seal on bedsheet, from being just another seal on a bedsheet to probably one of the most distinctive American flags by adding that red border, which is something I'm very proud about. If you just take a Guam flag and you cut off a corner of it, because it goes blue field, red border, it's instantly recognizable as a Guam flag. No other flag in the world does blue then red. The closest is Wyoming, which goes blue, white, red, and it's a very thin white. But if you're looking at it and it's just the corner of a flag, it's a Guam flag by doing that. And that's beautiful to me.
You know, I really appreciate how much you know about this, and that's what makes a conversation like this so intriguing. And so I just have to give it to you, and I think our audience would like to know, you know, what sparked your interest? When did this all start? Since you were a child?
Well, if I go, way back, back when I was as a kid, I remember drawing the Guam flag so many times. And I remember thinking, man, these coconut palm tree, the palm leaves are so hard to draw, and taking my time on it. And I remember I drew it a lot. And then I was never the artsy kid or anything like that. But then in 2017, I just watched this video. And the video's on YouTube, and it says why U.S. city flags are the worst flags in the world, and it's specifically U.S. city flags. And it's by a guy named Roman Mars. He gave a TED talk, and he just goes through kind of what I shared, the 5 rules of flag making, which are technically they're just good design rules. If you're going to make a logo, keep it simple, right? Use meaningful symbolism, right? 3 to 4 basic colors. I mean, if it's a logo, use lettering, I guess. But then the last thing is be distinct or be related. If anyone puts a laddie stone on their logo, they better be Chamorro or from Guam, right? It's against the rules if you use that. Almost. And it's such an instantly recognizable symbol for us. And that's actually, if I can get on a soapbox just for a moment, it's why don't we have a laddie stone on our flag? And that's something I'm like, that's so distinctly Chamorro. If you talk to Pulan from Pulan Speaks, he talks about how the Chamorros were literally the only people in the world that had these monolith structures, monolith stones that held up structures with that bowl. I believe it's the tasa, that bowl shape. And we're the only ones in the world. And so the fact that there's already one flag, the CNMI, that has it, if we put a laddie stone somewhere on the flag, and I don't know where, I've been trying for years to try to figure out how to get it in there. But if we can figure it out, then now there's 2 flags with the laddie stone. There's 2 really distinct Chamorro symbols with the Chamorro flags with that symbol. And I think that would be something, if I could do anything, it would be, that.
KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. I'm actually really excited for you because, to be honest with you, even if you go in front of the Mayor's Council of Guam and you get shut down and rejected, and I think that's even more. I think there is a place for this. I think that years from now, you could be the person that is the person that mayors are looking to help design future flags. Yeah. And I think that's very realistic. I shared with you some information that you can get in on one of those mayor's council meetings. And so if it happens next month, if it happens 3 months from now, I'll be so happy for you. I'm rooting for you to just you presenting, even if they're like, thanks, but no thanks, just you there in front of the 19 mayors. Yeah. I think is just success.
Yeah, and I mean, I've made redesigns for a bunch of different flags, and a bunch of them are just not my village. And that's okay if someone's like, how dare he's not from my village.
Well, can we see some more?
Yeah.
Yeah, you showed
one. Let me start with, how about I show kind of first the original. So this is my home village, and I love the mayor. He's been the mayor for a long time. And again, all of this is
Mayor Paco?
This is Mayor Taitagui.
Oh, Talafofo.
Talafofo.
Okay.
Right. And here's the thing. Right away, the yellow is beautiful.
That is hard to draw.
Yeah. But it's the complicated part. We have the banana tree kind of replacing the T.
Right.
And then Alafofo. And there's some things about, like, it's the papyrus font. And then, like, all of the teachers who use papyrus font, they know. And then, of course, we have the seal. And that's right. Again, this is just par for the course right now. Yeah. And again, this was in 2011. Who knew? No one knew, right? But it's doing things like that. Let's simplify it. One of the best things, they got it right. Yellow. Yeah. Banana Festival. Right. Yellow also is a big symbol for beauty. What's the motto for Talafofo? God's country.
Right, God's country.
God's country, right? What's more beautiful than something golden, right? So, and like the sunrise is beautiful in Talafofo. So that's yellow, right? We have so much yellow symbolism. So what I did was, this was kind of some basic research things, like, what's the village flower? It's the Putsi Tainobio.
Okay.
So simple as that. So what I did, and I'll hold it up here, and again, hopefully if I
that's
did a
a
good
lot
job.
easier to
Yeah, it's very
to
simple.
draw and to recognize.
Yeah. So what it is I put a stylized version of the Putsitai Nobu.
Yeah.
And then above, it's a yellow field with the top and bottom is a kind of skinny green stripe. Those stripes are meant to symbolize the two rivers.
One of my WhatsApp followers are putting, but I love Talafofo's flag and using the coconut tree as the T.
the banana tree alafofo, as my kids like to say.
So I totally understand where people are coming from, just kind of reacting to our conversation, and I'm reading them in real time. Mm-hmm. But also, when you think about where you can go and the symbolism of being even more simple, you're gonna change the mindset at a very young age. It's very easy to get a kid to buy into this concept, and then not only draw it, but then also can remember the story that was told based on the symbols in the flag, and be able to recite that back to anybody.
Yeah. If we have time, could I show the Chalampago Orda?
Absolutely.
One? This one is one of my favorites, and no video. And so
we have the video still up, but somebody's putting.
Okay, maybe one of the
what is this? If they can't take the heat, no. Guam guy,
sorry,
you guys talking about me? Yes, we are talking about you. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So the
video's up now.
This flag here is for Chalampago Ordat.
Okay.
And what it is it's a bisected diagonally white and blue, but the blue kind of eats into the white a little bit, kind of like a circle. So it's all based on the legend of the fish that ate Guam.
I love it.
And the parrotfish that ate Guam. It was. I mean, let's say yes, it's a legend, but what if it never stopped? We'd have two islands, kind of thing. So it was a tough time.
Right.
And this was like catastrophic crisis time, and so the turning point in the legend came from when some maidens in Hagatnya were bathing, and they would use lemons to help clean, and actually I think they also used it to dye their hair that way. They would clean and dye their hair with lemon peels, and then what do you do when you're done? You throw them in the water, right? It's biodegradable.
I forgot that part in the legend, but I'll never forget it now.
Yeah, so they throw it in the water, and what happens is those lemon peels, and they're in Hagatnya, those lemon peels pop up in Chalampago. They pop up in Pago Bay. So when people are seeing this, it's not 3 crescent moons.
Right.
It's 3 lemon peels.
Yeah.
Which is like, come on, who's putting lemon peels
on there?
That's
so cool.
But that's a simple thing.
Yeah.
And when someone says, oh, you got 3 moons, actually it's 3 lemon peels. And then, of course, the next question is going to be, why?
Right.
I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you this legend.
Right.
And that was the turning point. That was the aha moment. And from there, they were able to trap the fish.
What does it look like now? Because I honestly think Mayor Wayne Santos is going to love this flag.
This one,
what do they look like?
Kind of brown, and I think the correct term is buff. It's like
okay, that's
off-white.
a lot going on there.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. It's the village seal.
Okay.
And I'm not necessarily particular to it doesn't have to be blue and white.
Right.
And I just thought something that has to go with blue because it's showing the bay itself.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to just show that legend and I just couldn't find the right green that matched with it without it looking like Seattle Seahawks. So
yeah, that's that.
Yeah, and that's the process, and it takes time.
That's vomit
but
green.
It's fun.
Do you have Inalahan? I'm curious because when I think of Inalahan, I think of Gadal. So I'm just wondering if you...
This is something, yes, I do have something. If we're looking at the current Inalahan, it's the hard part.
That's real photos.
That's real photos. They have 5 real photos on it. But in their defense, they didn't put a village seal.
Yeah.
And that, to me, I'm like, that's effort. And if anything, all of my kids in my classes, what's the one thing I require? And then they'll always say effort.
Okay.
And they're giving effort, and they're doing it right. They're showing this is what we want to include. This is what we want to include.
Sure.
And it's almost like just maybe it's a little too much that they're trying to include, and that's okay. Again, this is where I was multiple times.
Yeah.
I mean, like this was my I had multiple designs before I landed on the Melissa one.
Right.
And it was try and fail.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is that good flag trying to get out. And they're doing it, which I'm very grateful for.
So as simple as they are, you still took like a whole year to
Yeah, it takes many months, because one of the best pieces of advice I was given was just stop and rest your eyes. Go work on something else, even if it's for weeks or a month. And when you you go down to Inalahan, you get another idea. Let me try that.
Yeah.
So right now, this is my current
I love
kind
it.
of flag.
I
so
love
it's
it.
got the Godao, glyphs. And and the main thing is this, and I want to Farron Guam guy gave me a great idea. He said, actually, what if you made the bear rock be the cutout?
So what is it now?
So this is just two things. What I was trying to do was show the broken canoe.
Got it.
And so it shows like a jagged edge kind of thing. But,
I think the bear rock works.
And I think it's brilliant. So, I mean, I'm giving him all the flowers because that was brilliant. And I'm going to try it out. If it's a bad idea, it was all his idea.
Anthony Chargloff, if you're listening, if you're watching, that is a beautiful flag right there.
And I think also we can even simplify this.
Yeah.
We can even simplify this. Some of the symbols, and again, let's simplify it. Some of the symbols that you've seen were the Chamorro petroglyphs without the head.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even some respect that was given to that, because the ancestors that died, the ancient Chamorros and the Guam history teacher, they would take the skull and put it in a place of honor.
Yes.
So if you saw a body that had no skull, that was an honored person.
Right.
So putting something like one, in a way, headless body, petroglyph on it shows that's an honored person.
Right.
Who is that honored person? I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you about Godao.
Yeah.
And you tell them the story about him and Malaguanya paddling against each other. Also, this is just another one of my soapbox moments. Guam Visitors Bureau or someone, we are missing out on a great opportunity. We have one statue of Godao in Alahan. Malaguanya was the other one.
Right.
He needs a canoe statue in Tuman, because if you face them across from each other, in a way, Malaguanya has nothing to be ashamed of. He fought against Godao and they broke the canoe together.
Yeah.
He should also be remembered in this, and it would be a cool thing to show.
Yeah.
Hey, this is one half of the legend. You got to go to the other side of the island, and now people can almost say this is how far he had to paddle to get home.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
To go from Inalahan to Tuman.
Yeah.
He had to paddle all the way. So that's my soapbox. We need another statue. I love statues. Being a history teacher. Yeah. So let's get a statue of Malaguanya going the other way, facing the complete opposite direction.
Farron says, I want to see just a hand of the pictograph. The flag would be called the Hand of Godao.
I think I did something like that. Farron, if you can call it, would this be something like this?
That's pretty cool too.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
And it could be the Hand of Godao, and that's the beauty of it. And I even joked with Farron, actually, if Inalahan wants to save money, it's okay if the flag frays a little,
yeah,
right? Because it's
I
broken,
remember that.
Right? So
yeah.
then, hey, it's all right. It's a broken canoe. It's meant to be frayed and save money.
Your episode with Farron, or Farron's episode with you, right? And it's so engaging, and I'm so grateful that you've come in.
Yeah,
I ran out of time because we do need to take this break, and I know I don't want to keep you I don't want to keep you from your wife.
She's
and so I really appreciate this. I'll stay connected with you if you get any progress with the Mayor's Council.
Yeah.
Obviously, if I'll see it, we'll be able to watch it in the meeting. But I'd love to just stay connected with you and get any more updates and whatnot and share your progress.
Yeah. And again, if someone looks at my flag and says that's absolute crap, I could do way better, please do.
Yeah.
Right? This is my job. It's okay, if no one else is going to do it, I'm going to do it, and you better stop me right before I do something. So, hey, go and investigate your village, learn the history, learn the symbols. How can you simplify it into such a small piece, because you even think like it's got to be on a small piece of paper from a distance. if you just take a 3x5 card. Take a 3x5 card, hold it at arm's length, and you should be able to tell everything that's on that flag. That's an easy kind of rule of thumb.
Yeah.
That's fun to do.
Harvest is so blessed to have you. I mean, we're blessed. The island of Guam is blessed to have you, and your passion behind it all. It just it resonates, and so I really appreciate your passion, and I hope that those that can make changes to the flag are listening and reach out to Kylan, because what he has shared with us here, not just with us but also with the Guam Guy podcast, I see your vision, and I hope people take you up on it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And I'd like to say thank you to Farron Guam Guy for having me on that podcast, because that was something I've been too shy to ask anyone.
I think you can start your own podcast too and just start doing a deep dive on Guam flags or village flags, but then just flags in general. I think it's a very interesting topic, because again, it starts at a very elementary level and then it just
takes off.
Yeah.
And Guam is blessed with so many good artists. It really is. And a lot of times good artists like constraints. Like, oh, you got to draw this, but only with this. And flags is one of the toughest things. You got to represent this whole thing, but you've got to use 4 colors only. You got to use this many symbols. So
long story short.
Long story short.
Yeah. All right, 5:16 in the afternoon. We got to take that break. Issa is going to hook us up with the Real Deal Traffic Report in just a bit. But coming up right now is your CBS News right here on Wave 105.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. Back at Category 4 strength, Hurricane Erin is now bringing storm conditions to the southeast Bahamas. Erin's expected to remain offshore the east coast, but will generate life-threatening surf and riptide currents. Director Michael Brennan of the National Hurricane Center lays out the timeline for us.
The potential for surf and rip currents, dangerous conditions developing almost along the entire east coast of the United States, beginning Monday here in Florida, spreading up into the Carolinas Tuesday and Wednesday, and up into the mid-Atlantic states on Wednesday and Thursday.
Ukraine's President Zelensky has arrived in the United States for his Monday meeting with President Trump. He's expecting the head of the European Council and the Secretary General of NATO will go to the White House with him. Our Willie James Inman is following that.
President Zelensky and European leaders scrambled this weekend to present a united front against Russia after President Trump reversed course after the Alaska summit, aligning with Vladimir Putin's plan to end the war in Ukraine.
As Republican governors in Ohio, West Virginia, and South Carolina order National Guard troops into Washington, D.C., comes a change in policy regarding weapons. More from correspondent Jerika Duncan.
The troops may be armed. That's a major shift that comes after the president deployed them to, quote, take back the Capitol, even as local authorities report crime falling in the district.
We expect to know by noon Central Time Monday if Texas Democrats who left the state to block a vote on a Republican congressional redistricting plan will return for the second special session. Chris Fox is covering that in Austin for us.
The State House Democrats continued their quorum break Saturday. Outside the state capitol, thousands of Democratic supporters rallied.
This is what democracy looks like.
Former Texas Congressman Beto O'Rourke.
When and if these state legislators return here, let's make sure that we thank them for the fight, for the courage that they have shown.
On Sunday, the Texas Senate rolled out the new congressional maps in committee. They're designed to flip as many as 5 seats to the Republicans.
You may notice grocery costs going back up. They came in higher by 2.2% last month compared to the previous July, while wholesale prices for fresh vegetables soared by a record amount. CBS's Lisa Rosner now on coping.
Experts say there are ways consumers can save on grocery costs, like buying meat in bulk and freezing it, as well as sticking to store brands instead of name brands.
Shoppers can also opt for whole items. Stores charge to cube watermelon and shred cheese. Shelf-stable foods can also keep overall costs down as inflation ticks up.
The Cincinnati Reds' 3-2 win over Milwaukee ended the Brewers' franchise record-winning streak at 14 games. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
A scary movie was the top draw getting people into theaters over the weekend.
For a second weekend in a row, Weapons scares its way to the top of the box office.
I just want to say how very sorry I am.
It beat out Freakier Friday for a second time, as well as the newcomer action movie Nobody 2. Weapons, which stars Julia Garner and Josh Brolin, took in $25 million. Second place's Freakier Friday took in $14.5 million. Nobody 2 with $9 million. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Scotty Scheffler rallied from 4 shots down and won the BMW Championship for his 5th victory of the year by 2. Scheffler shot 67 at Caves Valley. He's the first player since Tiger Woods to win 5+ times on the PGA Tour in consecutive years. His 82-foot chip on the 17th landed about 60 feet short and rolled the rest of the way, picking up speed, losing speed, and dropping on the final turn. A very Tiger-like moment. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Stimulating conversation. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 5:21 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
At Bank of Hawaii, we're committed to helping everyone in Guam reach their possible. That's why we're proud to announce the opening of our new Tamuning branch and West Pacific headquarters across from Guam Premier Outlets. Our new branch of tomorrow features a modern, welcoming space with island hospitality. Come in today and see why Bank of Hawaii's new Tamuning branch represents a new chapter in our commitment to Guam and helping you reach your possible. Bank of Hawaii, member FDIC.
Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack is open at their Tamuning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Locks In, engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift. Built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now it's that time for your Real Deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Sinahania if you're coming from Hagåtña heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you are heading to the Tri-intersection near the fire station. Heavy traffic on Route 16 if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Revan Tax in Barragata Heights. This is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard. because of lane closure. Only the right lane is open, so be on the lookout for that and take alternate routes as if needed. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning if you're heading north or southbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. Heavy traffic on Route 10A into Muning if you are heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Heavy traffic on Route 1 and Upper Tumon if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Father Dueñas from tomorrow, Tuesday, August 19th to 23rd. There will be lane closures between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 478 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. I want to thank you if you just jumped in your car and you're driving around, checking us out on 105.1 FM. Welcome to the show. If you still have your laptop open, check us out, the wave105.com and our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. So it looks like while we were having a conversation with Kylan Eckert, right, the legislature went ahead and appropriated $35 million in monopoly money to the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. I hope not. I hope that money is there. Senator Joseph Augustine doesn't think it's there. He said, I vote no because I just don't think that money is there. And Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes passed twice to where it's a no because she also said, I don't believe the money's there. Senator Will Parkinson says, I'll vote yes on it because you think that the money's there, but we can wish all we want, right? We can wish that the river's chocolate. So we shall see. I do hope the money is there for the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority's sake. That $35 million, they just voted to appropriate this money that was designated for the bond repayment for a new hospital when they go to the market, right? $35 million to start the payment of this bond for the repayment of a new hospital, which would be in Mingilao, right? We're not talking about Tumon anymore, right? I don't think so. I mean, that bill hasn't been passed yet, but we know the governor's intent, right? If once she sees that bill on her table, on her desk, she's signing that, and it'll go back to the Paris family, the Oka property. So, I mean, we're not there yet, but the writing's on the wall at this point, right? And so I was kind of laughing when Senator Chris Barnett was talking about all this money going towards the sinkhole. But I would say the fault is on not just the governor. You could have had Eagles Field, right? And so we don't have Eagles Field. The military Joint Region Marianas, I remember it was, who was that commander at the time of Joint Region Marianas, but he was even going to public hearings and saying, we'll give it to you. We'll lease it out. Practically nothing. And it wasn't good enough. And so here we are still trying to figure out, we're leaning towards Mingilao. We're almost there, right? But it isn't the ideal situation. That where the governor wants to build it now is a huge compromise. And we've even spent more money on buying land to get it. And so much time has gone by. And that's the thing that kind of blows my mind when we really think about it. When the U.S. Army of Engineers came and said, the current hospital, you need to do something about this facility. You either need to reconstruct it or build a whole new one. And it looks like it's going to cost more to reconstruct it. So you'll probably save some money by building a new one. And that was like in 2020, right? 2021. And here we are in 2025. And we haven't even broken ground. That's disappointing. No matter how you look at it. No matter how you look at it. It's sad. So I hope, because it would, to be honest with you, it would even be more sad if they go and they look for this $35 million that now would go to the IT infrastructure improvements, and they realize, oh man, they were right. Senator Joe San Augustine, Senator Therese Terlai, Senator Chris Barnett, Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes. We did appropriate phantom money. That would be even sadder. Joe's on the line, wants to talk about Simon Sanchez funding. Hafa Adai, Joe.
Hey, Pauly, Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai.
I couldn't get through to you last week when you were in the morning for Patty. You were talking about Simon Sanchez, something about there's no funding for Simon Sanchez as of this time?
Oh, no, they found the funding now. $16.3 million. They're appropriating it through the excess revenue, and so that obstacle has been jumped over. So that's no longer. Well, I wouldn't say it's no longer an issue because the governor still has to sign this budget bill, but that has now been included. Like they've actually spelled it out now in an amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you. Are they still thinking of building a temporary campus across Sanchez until the new one is built?
That conversation is still happening, yeah. They're still talking about that.
Pauly, you and I, we've talked about common sense before. So why would we build, and what's this going to cost to build a temporary campus? Can't we use, right now, JFK and Sanchez are double session again, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Chief Brody's available.
So, I mean, we could consider that, right? But Chief Brody is not available to fit all of the Simon Sanchez students in there, and so they're trying to save money.
Sense to use the current foundation of Chief Brody and do what we used to do for FB Leon Guerrero and Sanchez and JFK back in the old days, and build temporary buildings that will make it sufficient enough. Instead of spending millions of dollars to build a temporary campus across the street?
I'm not sure. That's something that I'll ask. But from what I know of the conversation is there is a 90% reimbursement that would come back our way. We'd pay it up front, but then we'd get 90% of that reimbursed by FEMA. And so that conversation I know is happening. And so they want to put it over by Simon Sanchez because these students are coming from GIGO. And so it wouldn't make sense to put this temporary facility down over by Chief Brody if they've already decided they're decommissioning that for, it could be a number of things. It doesn't even have to be for a school. They're trying to find avenues to lease Chief Brody and LBJ and take that money and give it back to GDOE for capital improvements or maintenance monies for their current facilities. So they kind of already written off those two spaces at this point. And so,
okay, well,
yeah.
I just want, like I said, I thought I heard something about no funding, but I'm glad you told me that it's now in there.
It is now in there, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Joe.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right.
Yeah. 5:34 in the afternoon. Again, I want to thank Kylan Eckert for hanging out with us. And it was, to be honest with you, it was when I was listening to him and Farron talk on the Guam Guy podcast, it was I couldn't wait to have a conversation with him myself. And I honestly feel that if he was to get in front of the Mayor's Council of Guam or even just have an individual conversation, more intimate conversation with the mayor or at a Mayor's Council meeting with any mayor, the way he presents it, the passion that he has behind it, he's a teacher too, the way he explains it, why wouldn't you want somebody like himself to provide you some expertise or to provide some, what is the word I'm looking for? He would kind of like walk you through the flag, like creating a flag for yourself, right? Designing. I don't know why I couldn't remember designing, but yeah. So he could be the person that could help you with all of the what do you call it? The purpose of a flag and sticking with the 5 rules. He can help you and not necessarily design it for yourself, but he could go to a mayor's council meeting or a municipal planning council meeting and share with you some of the designs that he came up with. Look at your seal and say, if you follow these flag design rules, you could come up with something even simpler, something that your elementary students could draw and get behind. And I think nothing but good could come out of those conversations when he's in front of them, because I could see somebody listening and not actually being part of the conversation and might get offended, right? Especially when you spend so much time designing it yourself, or somebody in your community might have. But he's not even saying that you would change the seal. You keep the seal. Let's just redesign your flag so that it follows these simple rules when it comes to flag designing. And so I think I hope that he does get to be in front of either the entire council or just one mayor, and then to see them come up with a concept and then even sign off on that concept. I think other mayors are going to be like, oh, who's this guy? We want to talk to him too. I really think so. He's so very talented. He's so very passionate, and he's a local. He lives here, and he's a teacher, and everything about him, he just checks all the boxes of somebody that is genuine, that is doing this all for the right reasons. Let me see here. Oh, my friend was trying to get in but couldn't get in. Sorry. So Jermaine was trying to get in. Jermaine is a friend of mine that is also a friend of Kylan's, and so you see how Guam is so small. Everybody knows somebody. And if you don't know the person, then you know somebody that is. Sorry, Jermaine, I apologize. I think the line was being held up because we were trying to have a different conversation. Yeah. All right, we got to take our last break. Okay. And then on the other side, there is a press release from Senator Tello Tadagui that I never got to. I know there's been some pushback when we talk about pushback, right? There's been some pushback on that new law the override of the governor's veto on the way you look at the bill of sale for when you buy a car. DRT is now requiring you to get a notarized document that confirms the sale and purchase of a vehicle. And so I see this release from Senator Telo Taitagui saying that she's going to introduce an amendment to the fiscal year 2026 budget bill that will eliminate the requirement of a notarized document to confirm the sell and purchase. So we'll get into that on the other side. We'll get into it on the other side of these right here on Wave 105.
CBS News Brief. Hurricane Aaron is now barreling northwest, expected to create life-threatening conditions in waters off the East Coast. Correspondent Jim Crisula.
Fingers crossed as Hurricane Aaron churns out in the Atlantic. The National Weather Service has already posted small craft advisories for the coastline of Delaware, New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts.
Ukraine's President Zelensky meets with President Trump Monday, but as CBS's Willie James Inman tells us, the next step is to get three presidents together.
President Zelensky said Sunday any territorial matters should be discussed at an eventual trilateral meeting involving Russia and Ukraine, as well as the U.S.
With Texas Republicans hoping to move ahead with creating additional GOP congressional seats Monday, former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke addressed a rally opposing that.
They are doing this not because they are strong, those who seek to intimidate us and break us. They do this because they are afraid.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Who's just barely making ends meet? I'm Mark Hamrick with the Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. A new Bankrate survey finds more than 1 in 3 American workers, 34%, say they are living paycheck to paycheck. That's defined as having little to no money left over for savings after covering monthly expenses. Financial struggles have been magnified by historically high inflation of the past few years. The cost of necessities like food, energy, and shelter have been ground zero for these price increases. This has hurt those with the least financial resources the most. Breaking it down, most affected, 2 in 5 Gen X workers, those aged 44 to 59. Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet to solve this problem. Ideally, workers will make more money over time and find it easier to save. And it would be helpful if inflationary pressures continue to come off a full boil, helping to restore Americans' buying power. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Here's why budget-friendly vehicles may become harder to find and upscale vehicles easier to find. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune Magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Not surprisingly, it's all about the economics of tariffs. Lower-priced cars are heavily imported. That made sense before tariffs because offshore manufacturing was often less expensive than U.S. manufacturing. But now those vehicles will apparently be hit with significant tariffs. Of course, luxury vehicles may be tariffed if they're made outside the U.S., and if they're in the U.S., they may have to use tariffed steel and aluminum. But luxury vehicles have higher profit margins than low-cost vehicles do, which means those amenity-stuffed models can still make decent profits even in a world of tariffs. The result is that automakers will be more eager to sell you top-tier vehicles, and budget models won't be as appealing as they were. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Get ready to fuel up and save for your next adventure. For a limited time, Bank of Guam customers can enjoy 5% off fuel when you use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card at Shell stations on Guam and the CNMI, keeping your engine running and your wallet happy this summer. No codes, no coupons. Just use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card and save 5% today. Don't wait. The offer ends October 15th, 2025. Visit bankofguam.com for promotion details. Bank of Guam, the people's bank. Member FDIC. The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Now's the time for your last real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side. Heavy traffic on Route 4 and 10 in Chalampago if you're heading to the intersection. That also leads to Zotnya. Let's see here. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Sinahanya. If you're coming from Hagåtnya, heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning. If you are heading southbound to the intersections that lead to Route 30 and Route 14. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning if you're heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dededo if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 27. Heavy traffic on Route 8. I'm sorry, not Route 8, Route 16 if you're heading to the intersection near the Guam Rev and Tax in Barragata Heights. This traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard in Barragata. There is a road lane closure. Only the right lane is open, so be on the lookout for that and take alternate routes if needed. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. The DPW HMC crew will be preparing Route 4 from the Mauricio Bell Tower to Hemlani Apartments for paving between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. There will be intermittent lane closures. Paving is tentatively scheduled for the following week. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your last Real Deal traffic report here on The Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, hanging out in the afternoon. 671-922-1051. Biba Lunes, it's Monday, August 18. So Senator Talo Taitagui once again says that she is going to introduce an amendment to eliminate the requirement to notarize vehicle bill of sale. So, the bill 88-38, right? She went for a veto override and it was successful. In this bill, it would make you go to a notary public if you were to buy a vehicle, transfer the deed over from somebody to you or vice versa, right? So DRT says that you will now have to, you'll be required to have a notarized document to confirm the sale and purchase of this vehicle. So now she's moving to eliminate that requirement. The amendment will also extend the period of time allotted for vehicle owners to transfer the titles of their newly acquired vehicles to themselves from 30 days to 180 days. And that should give you plenty of time to transfer that over, right? Before receiving a monthly delinquency penalty of 5% of the transfer tax with interest of 0.50% per month until the transfer tax is paid. Taitagui created this amendment after speaking with constituents who expressed concerns with Bill 88-38. She looks forward to introducing and debating the amendment and hopes to garner enough support from her colleagues to incorporate it into the final version of a Budget Bill 44-38. And I think the reason why she's doing it as a rider onto Bill 44-38 is because it expedites it, right? Because when are they going to go back to session. Not until late September, right? So I think that's the reason why she's trying to push for it here. The most common issue constituents reported were the difficulty of contacting sellers that had moved off island after the vehicle sale, or contacting sellers whom they had purchased a vehicle from 6 months to a year ago. However, for vehicles purchased prior to Bill 88 passing into law, Senator Tidegui reminds the public that they are grandfathered in, meaning they would not need a notarized bill of sale for their vehicle. Other constituents also said they had purchased vehicles for parts or as project cars that are not currently operational and therefore had no transfer. They had not transferred the title to themselves or registered it yet. In addition to these concerns, some constituents also expressed their frustration with seeking exemptions from Bill 88 with DRT, which has the legal authority to waive the requirement of a notarized bill of sale on a case-by-case basis. Tidegui says, we have heard the concerns of the people on the difficulty they have experienced in obtaining a notarized bill of sale for their vehicles. Their concerns are at the heart of this amendment. I have and always will listen to my constituents, and addressing their issues and concerns will always be the driving force behind my amendments and policies. The intention of Bill 88 is not to impose any additional hardships or burden upon the people of Guam, but to provide relief to new vehicle owners in the amount of taxes they would need to pay. She said, I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I look forward to introducing it to this body in this week's budget session so we may further streamline the process of purchasing and transferring vehicle titles for the people of Guam. There is a release from the office of the governor. Acting Governor Josh Tenorio has signed a number of bills into law. Looks like he has signed... Did he sign all of them? There was quite a few. Looks like he signed 24. He only vetoed one. The one that he vetoed is Bill 17, relative to procedures for implementation of audit recommendations by agencies. So if we look at Bill 17 and we look at the letter, well, why did he veto it? This is the bill that amends the law that supposedly would bring the process for lawsuits regarding decisions of the public auditor into line with the process for other government of Guam agencies that issue similar administrative decisions. He says his administration, Tenorio, the acting governor, has no objection with this aim. While claiming this amendment to be only a procedural change, the bill as passed would also remove from the current law an important provision ensuring each branch of government remains in charge of its own affairs as required by the Organic Act. Since the establishment of the Office of Public Auditor over 30 years ago, the law has allowed him to bring suit to compel the executive branch, the legislature, or the judiciary to implement his recommendations. However, the public auditor's authority has been subject to an important limitation provided in the current statute. Quote, nothing in this section shall dilute any authority granted by law or rule to Imagahaga or Magalahi, the Committee on Rules of Legislatura, or the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Guam to exercise their managerial authority in their respective branches of government. He says Bill number 17 deletes this requirement of authorizing the public auditor to go to court to push for implementation of his recommendations. The Committee on Rules must have final authority over the legislature, the Chief Justice over the judiciary, and the governor over the executive branch for the statute to comply with requirements of the Organic Act. So based on the questions asked during the hearing on the bill, it appears that the decision is intentional. The bill seeks to amend law by intentionally leaving out this critical provision. By omitting the above language of Bill 1738 deletes an important safeguard in the law for more than 30 years, which he says is a safeguard that is necessary to prevent the law from conflicting with the Organic Act's requirement of the separation of powers. Actually, this is not even him. This is her. I thought he's the... thought he's acting, but it's the governor's signature on this. So, the Organic Act requires separation of powers so that each branch of government is responsible for the management of its own affairs, just as they are in the federal government under the U.S. Constitution. This bill is the legislature's attempt to violate the Organic Act requirement of separation of powers by authorizing the public auditor the power to micromanage all three of the branches of the government. For these reasons, I have vetoed Bill 17. So the signature on this is Governor Lulian Guerrero. So she has vetoed it. I guess she did this before acting Governor Josh Tenorio took over. But every other, based on what was sent by the administration, every other bill has been signed into law. That was the only one that was vetoed. 5:55 in the afternoon. Let me see where we are. Are they still going? Yeah, they're still going. The legislature still on the budget. Senator Therese Terlai just finished speaking. So that's something that I'm definitely going to pay attention. Oh, Joe Malik is on the line. Heck yeah. Hafa Adai, senor. Did you see your new flag?
Man, I just got on board USS never move.
USS never move?
You ever heard of that?
I've heard of that.
USS never move?
It's one of the ships that never gets underway. You get all
that is bush cut.
You'll get all of that underway pay, but never have to actually go underway.
I just got home from the ranch.
How's everything over there?
Oh man, I'm glad that somebody is killing all the pigs. I only got 5 or 7 of them left.
Yeah, you had at least a dozen.
Yeah, I'm so happy that somebody is killing them.
They did that derby, right, recently? Oh, they just recessed.
I think so.
Yeah, maybe that field to pork or pork. I don't know. I don't even remember what the name of that derby is.
Oh, because they probably is crossing in for Fiesta, somebody's birthday.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And they need to be told that.
I saw a couple roast pigs on a fiesta table over the weekend.
Well, people?
No. So I'm trying to see if they recess. The Sablon reunion. I saw the. Maybe that's one of your one of yours. I don't know.
Oh.
Long day?
Tired of the bush cutting?
Just don't do it then.
No, that's my...
You can retire. You can retire from bush cutting.
Any result of the supplement?
Supplement? I don't know. The substitute budget bill?
Retirees.
Oh, the retirees. No, they're not. They're not discussing that yet. Let me see if that's even in there. We're only like on page 40, to be honest. It's somewhere here. I don't think you're gonna get an extension though. Nobody's talking about that extension, right? Because you got like an extra You got an extra $250, right? Last year.
No, the COLA is 2,300.
But then didn't it go up to 2,500?
It's supposed to. I don't know. The last time
What'd you get last time?
I don't know. Pauly.
Yeah, it's been a while, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's
Yeah,
not. It's not. $2,300 isn't really.
The U.S. Treasury check that I received.
Yeah.
From the VA, Veterans Affairs.
Let me see.
I guess we want to go to deposit at the bank and take what's that take for?
Retirement fund. Let me see here. Here it is. The government rate contribution to the government of Guam retirement fund through fiscal year 2026 shall be 33 85/100%, 33.85%. But how much is it specifically? I can't find it, and I'm out of time now. I'll find it. I'll find it in here, and I'll share it with you tomorrow. Yeah. Somebody else is also asking, Joe Malik, are you the police officer that escorted Pope John Paul?
I think I was told by made them enough to wear the uniform for to show the Pope, the bishop. The Pope.
Yeah.
I believe that. Yeah, I think because usually we wear uniform on a Friday, not island wear. Island wear from Sunday to Thursday. But Friday we have to wear the police uniform.
But were you one of the police officers that escorted the Pope when he was here? Do you remember?
I was assigned to the late Governor Pauly.
Mm-hmm. You were assigned to him at the time. Yeah. Okay.
And we went down because I was the primary security driver for the late Pauly.
I remember.
So I don't know whether that was, they take pictures of
okay.
the governor and the crowd.
Got it. I'm going to get out of here because I don't have any money to pay Issa for overtime. Okay? Okay, senor.
Tomorrow if
please.
I'm not too busy.
Call me tomorrow. I'll be here from 2 to 6, yeah? Okay. Adios. We'll do it all again tomorrow, right? Mornings with Patty, 6 to 10, rolling with Dice. Tuesday, you got Cop Talk and then community conversations with the Guam Community College, national programming until we do it all again with Issa and I for another Brightside from 2 to 6 right here on the Talk of Guam. We are KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Everybody get home safe, be kind to each other, especially out on those roads. Adios.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.